Testing, testing. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the last stream of Rumblin for Research. I'm raising money for the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. Looks like we are going to start this stream by taking a look at the 2012 Rumble. We got 8 more to go. I guess we're down to 7 now that I've just spun the wheel. Look at that. Look how close we are. We started with 32 of those bad boys. We got 8 more to go. Give me just a second here, and I will get 2012 loaded up. Big thanks to everybody that has already donated. Even if you haven't donated money, donating time just to pop in and say hi. I appreciate it. Spreading the word. Anybody that's shared the link, very, very much appreciated. We've raised a little bit of money for pediatric cancer research, which is, really what the goal was. I had no, I had no preconceptions about the size of my audience or that, we were going to raise tens of thousands of dollars. I'm perfectly happy with 150. If we can get more between now and, I don't know, 9-ish tonight, Central Time, maybe 10, depending on how long it takes to get through the rest of these. Okay. Alright, what is going on here? Alright, I'm taking a look. I fixed the audio on 2012 earlier. And yet... why is there no audio? Because the problem was that I had muted it while I was editing it so that I wouldn't have all the crowd noise while I was going through and jotting down numbers and stuff. But I went in and when I spun it up earlier, I re-rendered it with the audio, but apparently it disagrees. So you know what? We'll just do it without the audio. Screw it, we'll do it live. And we'll just talk through, we'll just not have any audio as I talk through this Rumble. Excuse me. Still got James Storm coming out to no music, cutting a promo with no audio. CM Punk, Bobby Roode, Sheamus, Jun Akiyama, Davey Richards, Mark Henry, That Man, James Storm, LA Park, and Devon are your highest ranked wrestlers in here. Bunch over 100. Got 8 out of the 30 were ranked 100 or higher on the 2012 PWI 500. If you haven't watched any of the rest of this, what I did was I went back through every PWI 500. That's Pro Wrestling Illustrated's list of the 500 best wrestlers that they put out every year since 1991. And I pulled a list of the 30 highest ranked wrestlers from that year. But then I made the rule that you could only be in one year's Rumble. So somebody like, say, Steve Austin, who was in the top 10 a whole bunch of times. John Cena was number 1 3 times. I had to pick 1 year to represent him. And then that meant that I then had to go to 31, 32, 33 to fill in the spots of people that were in other years. There was only like 250-something people that were ever in the top 30. Jay Bradley coming out now as number 2. Coming out as number 2. So we've got these two to start the match. 28 more still to go. And again, this is your one and only chance here in Rumblin for Research. The winners of the 32 annual Rumbles, 29 of them that I have determined had the most impressive run. It's basically like, were they highly ranked? Did they last a while? Did they have a lot of eliminations? If they were low ranked, didn't have many eliminations, and weren't in the ring for very long, then the bottom 3 that meet that criteria will all have to face off in a triple threat later, and then the winner of that will get the 30th spot in our grand finale Rumble. I haven't decided what the winner of that gets. But anyway, so that's what we've been doing this weekend. Thanks for spending a little bit of your Labor Day with me here. I am yours truly, Pat Dooley. I'm a wrestling announcer, interviewer, commentator. I've done a little bit of creative work as well in the industry. And I just launched this YouTube channel a couple months ago. Just kind of a way to get myself out there. I've graduated from the Wrestling Academy I was attending. I've gotten some work on some local shows. But I'm, just trying to broaden my brand. Try to get the word out. So here I am calling wrestling matches, but also trying to raise money for a good cause. Combining something actually important with something that's important to me. So Mahabali Vera is going to be out number 4. He would subsequently change his name to Shera instead of Vera. This is not Veer, as in Veer is coming. This is Mahabali Shera. But again, he was Vera in 2012. So our first 4 in: Storm ranked number 12. Definitely the highest ranked of the 4 here. Crimson 41, Bradley 137, Vera 138. My apologies, I almost said 198. And James Storm already out. Minute 39 seconds. Not a great run for the Cowboy. Sorry about your damn luck. That's not me making fun of him. It's sort of me making fun of him, but that was also James Storm's catchphrase at this point. So Rhett Titus has hit the ring. He was ranked number 98. That's why that number sounded familiar. Number 98, Rhett Titus now tangling with Jay Bradley. Bradley entered at number 2, still in. And number 6 is Colt Cabana. Colt Cabana from Ring of Honor. Now we know he's in AEW, and he'll probably be back on AEW TV now that, certain things have happened in AEW involving the reason why he wasn't on AEW TV. It's a long story. But hopefully we'll be seeing more of Boom Boom Colt Cabana in the coming weeks and months. Nice power bomb there on Bradley. And while Vera and Crimson over on the right, and Rhett Titus just kind of catching his breath. Jun Akiyama, the legendary Japanese wrestler, now making his entrance at number 7. He was ranked number 6 back in 2012, so that is... he's one of the favorites, but so was James Storm, and Storm is already gone. Storm was the first one out. So hopefully Akiyama can do a little better than his fellow top dozen wrestler did. Again, if you're just joining, there is no audio on this video. Something went wonky on the export from Premiere, and I don't feel like going back and trying it again, considering I've already fixed it once. RJ Brewer coming in now at number 8. Very generic look to RJ Brewer because I made him, and I'm bad at create a wrestler. Always have been. I was definitely back in the days of, Here Comes the Pain and the early SmackDowns. I was a frequent visitor to CAWs.ws or GameFAQs or anywhere that had, formulas for how to create wrestlers in games. I was all about using somebody else's work, and then Community Creations just opened up a whole new avenue for me. Sheamus in at number 9. It's a shameful thing, Lobsterhead. Akiyama is gone. Jun Akiyama only lasting 69 seconds. Nice. So far, the first 2 eliminated are 2 of the favorites. Oh, Sheamus in trouble now. Sheamus is out. The first 3 eliminated are numbers 12, 6, and 5. Oh, and then somebody else just went out. Who was that? That was Jay Bradley just went out. Rhett Titus in trouble now. I cannot believe the first 3 out are Storm, Akiyama, and Sheamus. We still got 6 more high seeds to come, but the first 3 out were number 12, number 6, and number 5. And I keep thinking Crimson is Randy Orton. It's not. It's Crimson. Number 10, Unico, now coming to the ring. little double team there on Cabana, but he was able to avoid. So, sorry, I'm looking up. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I just had a moment of, did I accidentally use Unico twice? No. Because Unico, the whole confusing history of the Sin Cara name and Mystico and Cinta de Oro, I'm pretty sure that I haven't used Unico under any other gimmicks in any of these matches. Leo Kruger came in. Kruger, better known for his run as Adam Rose, but his run as Leo Kruger in FCW, playing kind of almost a like Kraven the Hunter type character, much better than his main roster, Rosebuds gimmick. And that is going to bring in Ryo Saito. Colt Cabana and Rhett Titus in trouble. Rhett Titus is out. And I think that was Ryo Saito that got him, right? Yeah. Colt Cabana hanging on. He's on the apron. Everybody seems to have forgotten he exists. Literal out of sight, out of mind. Oh, nope. Kruger remembered. And eliminated him. Nicely done by Leo Kruger. 5 men in the ring currently. Kruger, Ryo Saito, Crimson, Mahabali Vera, and Unico in this silent rumble because... for whatever reason, Premiere didn't render the audio here. There's Masato Yoshino coming in at number 13. He was ranked 116 that year. So far, Saito at 170 is the lowest ranked wrestler we've seen so far. And there is, in fact, only one wrestler coming up that was ranked lower than he was in 2012. I think something's going on at the football stadium down the block. I live like a block and a half away from the high school, so some nights I can hear. Oh no! You know what? That is not the band. That is somebody just blaring music. I don't know why they're doing that. I don't know if the mic's picking that up, but I'm sure hearing it. David Otunga has arrived. For a while, Otunga, most famous for being married to Jennifer Lawrence. Then he became famous for being, like the 6th most important member of the Nexus. And then he was famous for his kind of generic lawyer character. Oh, and we've got an elimination. That was Ryo Saito is out now. And CM Punk has arrived. Remarkable coincidence that he comes in after Colt Cabana has already been eliminated. Unico is out. Punk joins Otunga, Vera, Crimson, and Kruger. Punk, the odds-on favorite, ranked number 1 in 2012. And we're about to find out who drew number 16. It is, even I can't believe I'm saying this, the former NWA World Champion, Brodus Clay, who recently lost the title, which was excellent. That should have happened months ago. Of course, he lost it to EC3, so, take that for what it's worth. Now I remember why I had the camera tilted down before. It wasn't to cut off the top of the collection. It was so I wasn't, when I slouch, I still am relatively centered in the camera. I knew there was a method to my madness. And here comes Primo coming in at number 17. We did see Orlando Colon, his brother, earlier. Oh, that's it for Crimson. Primo going right after Leo Kruger. And instantly eliminated. Let's get an official count on that. 8 seconds for Primo. 8 seconds. So, that's fun. Good for Primo. Brodus Clay just stomping in the corner. Just trying anything. Just desperately trying to get any sort of a reaction. That's going to bring in the world's strongest man, Mark Henry. Now, 2012 was peak Mark Henry. This is Hall of Pain era Mark Henry. With the 3-6 Mafia entrance theme. And just, the feats of strength. The I think this may have even been the fake retirement. That might have come later. But yeah, this is definitely the "that's what I do" era of Mark Henry, where he just went around destroying fools. He is in number 9 ranked wrestler on the PWI 500 in 2012. He is one of the remaining favorites, probably number 3 or 4. That brings in La Mascara, whose name literally means the mask, but he doesn't do it's not a Jim Carrey parody. It's just he's a dude who wears a mask. Nice sit-out spine buster there by Mahabali Vera. Vera's still in. He came in at number 4, so he's hung on for a while. And we are about to get an 8th man in the ring. And it is Devon, representing the Aces and Eights in Impact, which was Impact's idea of a big, company-wide angle. Oh, Brodus is gone. Oh, I'm so sad. Well, he can go back and, talk about how he's going to beat his kids if they have pronouns or whatever nonsense he's on about this week. Yes, that is an actual thing he said on live television. It wasn't a wrestling show. Nope, he's a contributor on Fox News. And, he said he would beat the hell out of his kids if they told him their pronouns. So, hopefully somebody called Child Protective Services, but I kind of suspect they didn't, because most people who would have heard that were voluntarily watching Fox News and probably agreed. Henry, up and over the top, managed to save himself, avoid the fate of the high seeds above him. And here comes Chuck Taylor, Sexy Chucky T, the Kentucky gentleman, now best known for his AEW stint. But in 2012, he had his highest ever ranking on the PWI 500 at number 127, which doesn't feel right, but I wonder if maybe he was ranked higher in another year, but that number didn't crack the top 30 that year. I bet that's probably what it is. And Mark Henry just going to wallop La Mascara with that clothesline, take him out of the match. Devon is out, courtesy of David Otunga. Now we've got 2 open slots in the ring, because 2K can only handle 8 people at a time. Oh, and Leo Kruger, would have been gone if Vera had timed his attack right. He didn't. But Chuck Taylor eliminated David Otunga. So we've got 3 openings now. We got 9 wrestlers still to come, including Bobby Roode, Davey Richards, and L.A. Park. Leo Kruger is gone. CM Punk is gone. Man, they're cleaning house right now. Mahabali Vera, Mark Henry, and Chuck Taylor. Vera has been in since number 4. Henry came in at number 18. And Chuck Taylor just came in at 21. Vera just kind of bouncing from opponent to opponent. In comes Davey Richards. American Wolf. Another one of those guys that just... See, this is the reason I like guys like Mark Henry. Mark Henry seems upfront about things. I've never really heard anybody say... I've never heard any, sexual assault allegations against Mark Henry. I've never heard allegations that he, domestic abuse, DUIs. Can't say the same thing about Davey Richards. Machine Gun Carl Anderson entering, number 23. One half of the Good Brothers tag team with Luke Gallows, who we saw in the 2016, I think, Rumble. There have been so many of these, it's hard to keep track. This is the 25th Rumble I've called over the last 3 days. Chuck Taylor and Ricochet both came from the same indie fight, Chaos Pro Wrestling out of Brockport, Illinois. Well, thank you, Seth Weasel JW. I didn't know that. That's really interesting. Was that? Well, I was gonna say, was that where they were trained? But I was thinking Chuck Taylor was trained at the Wrestle Factory, but I could be wrong about that. Chaos Pro feels like something I should have heard of, but I don't know that I have. L.A. Park has arrived. L.A. Park Another one of those guys that we, the less said about what they're up to behind the scenes, the better. But Davey Richards already gone. Oh, darn. Davey was in there for 1 minute 33 seconds. L.A. Park, I believe, has been in the most issues of the PWI 500 out of anybody. Vera is gone. Sami Callihan is in. Vera was in for 14 minutes and 22 seconds. Nice run for Vera. We got Sami Callihan, Machine Gun Carl Anderson, L.A. Park, and Mark Henry are all in. Let me double check that, but I'm pretty sure I remember reading that somewhere. PWI 500. John Cena has those number ones. Yes, L.A. Park has appeared in 30 of the 32 PWI 500s. Oh, and Bobby Roode making an instant impact, eliminating Mark Henry. Roode ranked number 2 back in 2012. How the mighty have fallen. Bobby Roode, one of those guys that, should have been a big, big, big star. And then he got to the main roster in WWE, and they were like, oh, yeah, no, I don't see it. To the mid-card tag division with you. Jimmy Susumu now making his entrance. Also known as Susumu Yokosuka. He's had several variations on the Susumu name. Now just getting the crap chopped out of him by Carl Anderson. And L.A. Park hanging in there. Takes a big boot from the Death Machine, Sami Callihan. And that is all she wrote for the former La Parka. 7 seconds until we find out who drew number 28. We know it's either Santino Marella, Richie Steamboat, or Chance Prophet. And it is Chance Prophet, the number 188 ranked wrestler back in 2012. Prophet going right after Sami Callihan. Oh, and Susumu just clotheslined Machine Gun Anderson over the top and to the floor. 4 men in the ring, 2 still to appear. Santino Marella and Richie Steamboat. We just don't know what order they will arrive in. Nice quebrada there by Chance Prophet. Right across the chest of Sami Callihan. And Santino is in at number 29. Which means that Richie Steamboat, the son of Ricky the Dragon, will come in at number 30. We'll see if Santino can bust out the Cobra. So far, he's going right after Sami Callihan. Bobby Roode just punching Chance Prophet in the face. Susumu ducks a punch, responds with one of his own. 7 seconds until the arrival of Richie Steamboat. And then we will have our final group of wrestlers for 2012. Chance Prophet just kicking Jimmy Susumu in the face. Snap suplex, and Richie Steamboat has arrived. So we have, are the final six to have entered? Yeah, Callihan was 25, Roode was 26, Susumu was 27, Prophet was 28, Santino was 29, Richie Steamboat was 30. So yeah, luck of the draw here. So hey, Burrito Man, welcome to the chat. This is Rumblin for Research. I'm trying to raise some funds for the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. You can see a donation QR code in the upper right corner, or there's a link in the description if you want to just go straight to the page. That way, basically, I took the PWI 500, Pro Wrestling Illustrated's list of the 500 best wrestlers that they've put out every year since 1991, and I basically used that as a guideline to just make 32 Royal Rumbles. So I've been kind of marathoning those all weekend. And the winners are all going to go on to the grand finale tonight, where I don't know what's going to happen. I haven't figured out what the prize is. I did used to have a streaming channel on Twitch called Pro Wrestling Simulated. Maybe we'll dust that out of mothballs and have the winner of the grand finale match tonight challenge for the title in PWS. Haven't decided yet. But at the moment, just kind of having fun, raising money for a good cause, getting some reps in as a commentator. And, yeah, so we're down to the final 4. This is the 2012 Rumble. This is, I believe, the 25th one of these we've done. Chance Prophet is out. Santino looks like he might be next. He is. Bobby Roode just going to casually walk him over. Nice move there by Richie Steamboat. Roode number 2 on the 2012 PWI 500. Steamboat number 99. So pretty clear who the favorite is here. But only one can advance. And these streams have shown us that anything can happen in these matches. Earlier today, number 167, Chicano, won a Rumble. So, ooh, there's that elevated it factor DDT from Roode. Now he's just got to toss Steamboat over the top, and he will advance. Nope, just snake eyes across the top turnbuckle. Knee to the face from Richie Steamboat. Oh, there we go. They don't always do this final animation, but I like it when they do. Makes it seem like a bigger deal. Here we go. Bobby Roode, Richie Steamboat, circling each other center of the ring. And Roode sends Steamboat to the corner. It's a dangerous spot to be, but Roode not doing the smart thing, kicking his opponent down instead of picking him up. Roode now with the standing neckbreaker. No, just kicked in the balls by Steamboat. I guess that's one way to counter a neckbreaker when you're in a Rumble. There's no rules. Nice hip toss suplex variation there by Roode. And he's got him against the ropes. Here we go. Charges in. No. Steamboat with a stun gun. Dropping Roode chest first across the top rope. Super kick. Super kick. What is it with wrestlers these days and all the super kicks? It's lost all meaning. Blah, blah, blah. Well, hey, you know what? It's 2012 and Richie Steamboat's doing them. So, if it's good enough for the Son of the Dragon, it's good enough for me, gosh darn it. Bobby Roode hanging on to the top rope for dear life. Up and to the floor. Richie Steamboat is your winner. Moving on to the grand finale match. Which, man, I really hope the audio works on that one, because it's awkward trying to do commentary over just nothingness. Steamboat, one elimination, 3 minutes 53 seconds. I suspect he's going to have to qualify, but we'll find out in a little bit. Maybe somebody else significantly lower down will have the same experience. But let's get this next match going. We'll pull up the Wheel o' Years. Give it a spin here to determine what year we are going to do next. There are only 7 years left, and it's 2006. 2006 is the next one up. Let me go ahead, get that off the screen so I can grab the video from 2006. 06 was another one I had audio problems with earlier, but I think I fixed them. Or not. Sure, let's get the 2 silent ones out of the way, back to back. Why the heck not? Here we go, 2006. I legit thought I had fixed that audio. But 2006, top guys. This man right here, Carlito, Kurt Angle, Samoa Joe, Taiyo Kea, Christopher Daniels. Those are your 5 favorites here. We've also got 14 out of the 30 ranked 100 or higher. So not a ton of depth here in 2006, but you know, we shall see. Maybe this is a good one for a big underdog to win. Somebody like who's the lowest? Nitro is the lowest ranked wrestler in here, number 173. Maybe he'll be the one to go the distance and win the whole thing, because these Rumbles have been very unpredictable, as we just saw Richie Steamboat beat Bobby Roode to win 2012. So Carlito awaiting the arrival of the man who drew number 2. And yes, I keep saying, man, there's Nitro. Because it is 2K. I mean, 2K's flaws are myriad as far as not just in general. But one of the biggest is when you're trying to do stuff like this, like you can't do intergender matches. And a lot of women have ranked high on the PWI 500 because intergender wrestling is big. And it's just not an option to do on these streams. So unfortunately that means that, you know, the likes of China or Jacqueline or more modern wrestlers like Allie Catch or Trish Adora, who have, you know, ranked high, Kylie Ray, who have been ranked high on recent PWI 500s, unfortunately aren't competing in Rumblin for research just because of a weird 2K rule. I don't know if that's a mandate from WWE. I suspect it is, but I don't know that for certain. Samoa Joe coming in at number 4. That is a danger. I'm sorry, coming in at number 3. He was ranked number 4 in 2006. Oh, Nitro. That just feels like a bad idea. Why would you target Samoa Joe right off the bat? And maybe he's thinking if he can keep him off guard, he'll be less dangerous. But, I mean, the chant isn't if Joe can catch you, he'll kill you. It's just Joe's gonna kill you. Seth Skyfire was another one of those guys that looked like he was a top prospect in WWF developmental in the mid-2000s. And then he just, nothing really ever came of it. I remember watching a few Seth Skyfire matches. My extended family is all from the Louisville area, which is where OVW is based. So I remember we would go, okay, getting a little personal. In 2005, I think, my grandfather got very sick. And my mom and I drove down because we were living in Michigan at the time. The two of us drove down and basically stayed at my grandma and grandpa's house for a while, and just kind of went back and forth to the hospital. I was out of college and I didn't have a job yet. Carlito's gone, eliminated by, it looked like Nitro and Skyfire teamed up to do that. And so we would spend most of the day at the hospital and come back to the house, and it was one of those things where the doctors were all like, okay, it's time to call the family and it's going to happen soon. And so we did, and then he wound up hanging on for weeks. And so most of the family wound up going home, but my mom and I stayed because we didn't really have anything else going on. And so we could. But I remember every week when we were back at the house, oftentimes I would be home alone because she would stay at the hospital later than I would. And one of the things that helped get me through that tough time was Ohio Valley Wrestling. So I watched a lot of Seth Skyfire, and the guys like Johnny Jeter and Mike Mondo and Eminem, like that era of OVW. I watched a lot in early 05. So yeah, those were good days for WWE developmental. Even if almost none of the people from that era amounted to much of anything once they got called up to the main roster. Yes, it was hard for developmental acts to get over on the main roster, even then, even 17 years ago. Tony Mamaluke coming in at number 8. Fallen Angel Christopher Daniels had come in at number 7. He's in there now. While I was telling that story, we saw Seth Skyfire, Dragon Kid, and Rory McAllister all get eliminated. And Nitro with a big running kick on Mamaluke. Nitro and Mamaluke. Daniels and Joe. Man, the wars those two had. Kaz Hayashi coming in at number 9. Mamaluke already gone. 35 seconds, the official time for Tony Mamaluke. Now Nitro going after Daniels. Joe going after Hayashi. And Daniels is gone. Nitro off to a pretty good start here. Obviously, he outlasted number 1 Carlito, but he's got a couple of eliminations already. He's trying to get Hayashi up and over and out. About to find out who drew number 10. It is Yoshinobu Kanemaru, which sounds vaguely like the test that they give Starfleet captains to make sure they know how to handle a hopeless situation. Kanemaru now trying to get Joe up and over the top. Joe holding on for dear life. Meanwhile, Nitro just pummeling Kaz Hayashi. Nope, Hayashi ducks a kick. Shot to the midsection and a big running clothesline. Nicely done by Hayashi. Meanwhile, Joe just punches Kanemaru in the face. And in at number 11, I'm Robbie. Robbie McAllister, the other half of the Highlanders. The Highlanders, a pretty entertaining mid-card tag team for WWE of the era. Never really amounted to anything. And to show how petty WWE can be, Robbie, I think it was Robbie. I don't think it was Rory. I think it was Robbie. Went to an Impact taping to just visit some friends. And now, they shouldn't have done this, but the Impact camera crew found him in the crowd and put him on TV. And Vince found out about it and fired them. Because they were on TV. Takeshi Rikio coming in. Apparently battling a bad case of jaundice. In charge. And, yep, Joe got rid of... Wow. Takeshi Rikio... 11 seconds? Yeah. 11 seconds is the official time for Takeshi Rikio. Which is good. Go, was it limes that you're supposed to eat? No, that's for scurvy. What are you supposed to eat when you have jaundice? These are questions I'm glad I've never had to ask before. Dr. X has arrived. It's another one of my creations, which is why he doesn't look good. Immediately taken down by Kaz Hayashi. It's Hayashi and Dr. X, Samoa Joe and Nitro, Robbie McAllister and Kaz Hayashi. And we've got an elimination. I looked away for a second and missed who it was. Oh, it was Nitro. Nice run by Nitro. 7 minutes. 3.5 eliminations. And here comes Taiyo Kea, who was ranked number 11. The Mauna Kea Moss Man. Right after Kaz Hayashi. And Joe takes out Robbie McAllister, only to get leveled by Dr. X. That is that 3, 4, 5 eliminations for Joe now? Both Highlanders, Kanemaru, Rikio, and Skyfire. Well, I mean, that was it for Joe, because he just got taken out. Oh, yeah, Nitro also was his 6th. But he is out now. Ghetto is in. Ghetto, again, these people doing community creations. Not great on the Asian skin tones, which is a little awkward. Taiyo Kea and Dr. X fighting on the left. Kaz Hayashi and Ghetto on the right. There's a double underhook suplex by Hayashi. It's going to bring in Halloween at number 16. Unintentional rhyme. We are 58 days away from Halloween, but Halloween has come early here. Going one-on-one with Dr. X up at the top of the screen. I never really understood. I guess it's supposed to look like a prison jumpsuit, but also orange because he's, a pumpkin. But Halloween's gear has always been a little confusing to me. It's very, very orange. And in comes number 17, Olympico. And Olympico has arrived, goes straight. This is another one of my creations. Goes right after Hayashi. Hayashi with a go-behind side suplex. Pulling Olympico to his feet now. Big right hand, go behind. Reverse DDT plus an elbow drop. Taokea is out. That was Ghetto. Got rid of him. 5 men in the ring. We are awaiting the arrival of number 18, and it is Kurt Angle, the odds-on favorite to win this Rumble. But number 18, you really want a number like 25 or higher in a 2K game to have a shot at winning. There have been a couple that were earlier, but not many. And Angle is actually the last top 30 wrestler that we will see in this match. Everybody else is 34th or lower. And here comes number 34, Atlantis. We got another luchador on his way to the ring here. And that brings our total to 3 masks and 1 set of face paint. Angle with a discus lariat on Ghetto. Meanwhile, we got Atlantis and Halloween going at it. Olympico and Kaz Hayashi. Hayashi just turned his attention to Dr. X instead. X backflips out of that move, fires off a kick. Hayashi in trouble, up and over the top. And Olympico just punches him in the face. And that's all she wrote for Kaz Hayashi. And that'll bring in Chet the Jet Jablonski. Another one of those OVW guys who I don't think he ever actually got called up. I don't remember Chet Jablonski on the main roster. I could be wrong. Oh, Halloween super kick. Oh, I thought that was it for Atlantis. That super kick from Halloween took him up and over, but he held on. And now a German suplex. Dr. X keeps looking like he wants to engage with Kurt Angle, but maybe he's shy. Now going for a snap suplex on Chet the Jet. Halloween is gone. We've still got 10 more wrestlers still to come. Who just went out? While I was looking over at the roster of people who haven't come out yet. Oh, Angle! Kurt Angle didn't even last 2 minutes. That's going to bring out Jack Evans. Entering 21st. He was ranked number 113 back in 2006. And he just gets yanked by his neck. A cravat suplex by Atlantis. Evans pulling himself up. Alright. One too many windows open. Gonna do some maintenance while streaming. Multitasking. It's a one-man operation here at Casa de Dooley. Mephisto is number 22, while Olympico holds on for dear life. Mephisto entered at number 22. He was ranked 54th back in 2006. And he's there working with Chet the Jet, another one of my creations, which is why he doesn't look good. Turns his attention now to Atlantis. Dr. X with a Salida del Sol on and a standing shooting star. And number 23 is HG. Not the author, not H.G. Wells, the guy who wrote the Time Machine and Around the World in 80 Days. That was Jules Verne. But Time Machine, that was H.G. Wells. No, HG, again, I remind you, this is 2006. HG stands for Hard Gay. He was also known in Japan as Razor Ramon Hard Gay. I'm not really sure what the connotation of that is. I was not really watching Japanese wrestling at the time, so I don't know quite. I don't know if he was he started as doing a Razor Ramon impression and then it just turned into, oh no, he's just a gay guy now or what. But yeah, that's HG. Stands for Hard Gay. And he is the 23rd entrant. He was ranked number 129 back in 2006. Ghetto looking for a powerbomb now on Jack Evans. Extreme close-up. Oh, and now Mephisto's like, I can do that. And Olympico's like, no, you can't. Back body drops his way out of it. And then just a PK to the spine. Jack Evans hanging on for dear life. Eats a big right hand from Ghetto. And that is it for Jack Evans. Still got 7 more wrestlers to go here. In the 2006 Rumble, Dr. X hanging on for dear life as HG tries to get him out. We still, let's see, Averno hasn't come out yet. Tarzan Boy, Ikuto Hidaka, Minoru Fujita, Damian Seiseis, Genki Horiguchi, and El Oriental are the 7 wrestlers we have not yet seen. A nice STO there by HG on Mephisto. Punches there for Mephisto. And we're about to find out who drew number 24, and it is Genki Horiguchi, ranked number 104. Oh, Ghetto is gone. Mephisto teleported to the ring apron, managed to climb back in. Lucky man. I don't know what would have happened if somebody had hit him while he was out there, considering he didn't go over the top. But we also saw... Oh, where's Olympico? Olympico is gone. So is Dr. X. Olympico rolled himself out of the ring like Triple H did in the, whatever, was that 2009 that he did that? 2008? One of the Rumbles earlier today. 2010 maybe? No, it was 09. I was right the first time. So Bestia, Damian Seiseis. We already saw Bestia. Is gone. Oh, and Mephisto is gone. So, yeah, not exactly a star-studded run here at the end. Space Tornado Ogawa. Ikuto Hidaka now coming in. Double DDT by Hidaka and Chet the Jet, who is inexplicably still in there. Although I don't think he's been in there the longest, has he? Everybody that's... Yeah, maybe he has, actually. El Oriental now coming in, number 27. Another masked man. We haven't had enough of those in this Rumble. Go behind on HG. Poor choice of words. Got him up on his shoulders. HG slides out of it. Diving reverse DDT. And Damian is out, courtesy of Chet the Jet. And now HG just with a bunch of punches. Hecka punches to the gut of El Oriental. Butterfly suplex by Atlantis. And Chet the Jet. I thought he was going to roll out. And here comes Tarzan Boy. Not to be confused with Jungle Boy, who I promise you is somebody entirely different. Tarzan Boy currently wrestles under the name Toscano. But at the time he went by Tarzan Boy, because I guess he kind of looked like Tarzan. Pro wrestling. Chet the Jet stomping on Hidaka and gets blindsided by El Oriental. Speaking of blindsided, Atlantis with a lariat to the back of Tarzan Boy's head. HG just working over Genki Horiguchi here. And number 29 is Averno, which means we know number 30 must be Minoru Fujita. Which means that of the final 9 wrestlers, the highest ranked on that year's PWI 500 was Atlantis at number 34. And he's also been in there the longest. So, and he's also, looks like he's about to get eliminated by Ikuto Hidaka. He managed to fight his way out of it, though. So, perhaps I spoke too soon. Starting to say his chances are pretty slim, having come in at number 19. He was in at 19. Chet the Jet was number 20. And then everybody else is 23 or later, including 28, 29, and 30, all still in there. Or, sorry, 28 and 29 are still in there. Number 30 hasn't come out yet because we're waiting for an elimination. Because, heaven forbid, we have more than 8 people in the ring at a time. I mean, I'm all about the game not crashing, so I guess I shouldn't complain. But the game crashes anyway, so why not give me a ninth person in the ring? The first game like this that actually allows the full... Like, I just want to be able to do, like, a regular 20-man battle royal. Doesn't have to be Rumble rules. I just want to be able to have 20 guys in the ring at the same time. But it's probably never going to happen. Even though AEW Fight Forever can have, you know, how many people can be in a single Stadium Stampede with the new game mode? It is a lot. Stadium Stampede Fight Forever. That's not what I want. 30. Yeah, you can have up to 30 guys, 30 wrestlers competing at the same time. Granted, it's a much larger space than a single ring for a single battle royal, but I mean, if Fight Forever can do it, there's no reason 2K can't. Tarzan Boy is out. We're down to our final 6. It is numbers 34, 48, 79, 81, 129, and 135. Now, Chat the Jet. Whatever it was HG was planning on doing there to Fujita, he just broke it up by punching them both. And Jet just running around punching people, which, you know, I guess I respect. It's wrestling. That's kind of what you do. And it's honestly, that's really what you do in a Rumble or a Battle Royal. Typically don't get a ton of actual wrestling in these matches because, in all honesty, it's not super safe. That's a lot of bodies flying around everywhere. So we've got... Oh, that is it for Ikuto Hidaka. We're down to our final 5. Atlantis, Averno, HG, Chet the Jet, and Minoru Fujita. It is the star-studded finale of the 2006 Rumble. Big suplex there by Chet the Jet. Still hanging in there. As is Atlantis. They've both been in there well over 10 minutes, I think, at this point. I didn't take notice of when they came in, but it feels like we gotta be there. A big elbow by Chet the Jet, shot to the midsection. Averno is rocked, taken over by Chet the Jet. We've still got 6 more of these Rumbles after this. Then we've got a triple threat qualifying match for our grand finale, which is going to be, yep, you guessed it, one more Rumble. This is Rumblin for Research. If you're just joining us, we are trying to raise money for the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. There is a QR code to donate above. There's also a link in the video description. I think Minoru Fujita was trying to blow green mist in the face of Chet the Jet. Instead, it just kind of looked like he was projectile vomiting all over the ring there. Shot to the midsection from Atlantis. And HG's in trouble. I'm sorry, that's not HG. That's Minoru Fujita. And he's gone. Chet the Jet and Atlantis. Again, they entered number 19 and number 20. They're here in the final 4. Atlantis, Averno, HG, and Chet the Jet. One of these 4 will move on. One of these 3 will move on. It's not going to be Chet the Jet. 12 minutes, 32 seconds. A nice run for Chet the Jet. 4.5 eliminations. Sharing the elimination of Minoru Fujita with Atlantis, who just got beeled across the ring by HG. So Averno go behind. I thought he was going for a side suplex, but it's broken up by a chop by Atlantis. Oh, and then an inverted Samoan drop by Averno. Now HG taking him for a walk. Averno fighting his way out of it. Chop. A punch. A punch. And vertical gorilla press. I thought he might have been getting ready to dump him over the top, but instead he just drops him into a gut buster. And a snap suplex by Atlantis. HG showing off his martial arts prowess there as Averno takes a breather. HG trying for the big slap on Atlantis. Cravat suplex by the Masked Man. And Fisherman Brainbuster by Atlantis. Double underhook butterfly suplex coming. No, HG lands on his feet and just throws Atlantis by his mask. All right, I know it is still early in the stream, but I think after this one we're going to take a quick little, just a 15-minute leg stretch and, you know, drink refill and bathroom break. And then we will come back with the last run of matches. HG looking for a tombstone here. No. Atlantis basically cartwheels out of it into a tombstone of his own. Going after Averno. A couple of big punches. Averno is rocked. Go behind. Looking for a German suplex perhaps, but Atlantis fights his way out of it. And backbreaker. No. Averno hits him in the face with his knee. Now HG going after Atlantis, and Averno's like, no, none of that. But then HG lands on his feet. Lots of great counter wrestling here from all three men. Averno and Atlantis teaming up for a side Russian leg sweep. And Atlantis now. Vertical, or a snap suplex there. Taking Averno down. Three big right hands from Atlantis. And now chops. And another butterfly suplex. Yes. And a backbreaker by Averno. Firing off shots to the midsection here. Got Averno up against the ropes. And an exploder sends him to the floor. Averno is out. And our final two are Atlantis and HG. Atlantis number 34, HG number 129. It's HG going for here. Whoopee cushion. Oh, and then just rakes the face of Atlantis with the bottom of his boots. And now he's going for that tombstone again. And this time he hits it. And he's pulling Atlantis to his feet. Oh, Atlantis firing off shots of his own. Back and forth. These two have both been in there a while. Atlantis was in as 19. HG was 23. So a little shy of 3 minutes less than Atlantis. But both over 10. Closing in on 15. Actually, I guess, yeah, 15. Atlantis may have already passed 15. I don't have the official times yet, but just from looking at the clock periodically throughout the match. Trying to keep an eye on things. Trying to pace myself, since I know I'll be at this probably 4 more hours tonight, if not more. And HG is your winner. Hard Gay wins the 2006 Royal Rumble. Let me double check those numbers, but that seemed like a pretty good run. Yeah. 15 minutes, 35 seconds. That's got to be enough to earn you a spot in the grand finale. It still looks like it's going to be Richie Steamboat, Eric Stevens, and Val Venus. But we've still got 6 more Rumbles to go until we get to that point. Before we do that, though, I am going to take a real quick 15-minute break here. And when we come back, more Rumblin' for Research. All right, and we are back. I don't feel like taking the whole 15 there. 2007. All right, well, we'll just do back-to-back years here. 06 followed by 07. I have a feeling like that wheel isn't fully random. But we've only got 5 more years left on the wheel after this one. Let's take a look and see. 2007. Top guys are going to be Edge, Mystico, Pero Aguayo Jr., Takeshi Morishima, Minoru Suzuki, Umaga, Cibernetico, Naomichi Marufuji, and Chris Sabin. I feel like this is one of them. This is one of the ones I tried earlier that also didn't have audio. So let's see if I was able to fix this one or if we're going to have a third straight silent rumble. Yay! I hear music. I hear music in my ears. That means that I fixed the thing. And here we go.
Introducing the participants. First, from Osaka, Japan, weighing in at 220 pounds,
Don Fuji entering first. He was ranked number 178 back in 2007. Digging this music. I don't know whose it actually is. But, yeah, 2007 starting off with Don Fuji. We'll see who joins him again. Like I said, Edge, the odds-on favorite, was ranked number 2 back in 2007. And number 2 is... I think Don Fuji's another one of my creations, which light doesn't look very good. Number 2 is Masao Inoue.
who drew number 2 from Japan, weighing in at 233 pounds, Masao Inoue.
You got to get creative with those kind of, I guess, going phonetic pronunciation. It is going to be Don Fuji and Masao Inoue starting us off here. All right, here we go. There's the bell. Inoue going for just an inverted scoop slam. It's one of like Pro Wrestling 101, except he turned it inside out. And then a discus punch right on the jaw takes Inoue down. And drops the elbow. Crowd not happy with with Masao Inoue here in the early going. And we're about to find out who drew number 3. And it is Homicide. Homicide representing the Latin American Exchange in TNA. Going after Don Fuji here. Let's release German suplex. A lot of black in the ring right now. Fuji, Inoue, and Homicide. All primarily black gear. And then Homicide just cleaning house here, going after both men. And here comes the masterpiece, Chris Masters, entering at number 4. He's going after Inoue, while Homicide goes after Fuji. A series of big punches from Masters. The masterpiece has him up, and he's hanging on. And now he's not. We got our first elimination of the match. It is Masao Inoue eliminated by Chris Masters. And in comes number 5, Intocable. And this is another one of my creations, although I'm kind of proud of this one. I think he looks pretty good. No, you know what? It's not mine. Is it? You know, I'm genuinely not sure. So I'll just say I didn't, because he does look good. Diving reverse DDT by Don Fuji. And we're about to find out who drew number 6, and it is Charlie Manson. Another lucha star of the era. Coming in with a scary-ass face paint. Going right after Masters. Don Fuji went for a double stomp on Intocable, who moved. Oh, and Homicide just lays out Intocable. Big clothesline by Charlie Manson. Cravat suplex by Homicide. 5 seconds until we find out who drew number 7. I see clearly everything has come to light. The odds-on favorite, the rated R superstar Edge, unfortunately drew number 7. He is in way earlier than he would have liked, and Don Fuji kind of kicking the crap out of him right now. And, oh my god, Edge, 17 seconds Edge was in the ring. Edge was supposed to win this, and he is out. He's the second person eliminated. All right, well, anything can happen, and we just saw evidence of that. That's going to bring in Mike Cruel. Goes right after Homicide. Manson and Masters here in the foreground. Fuji and Intocable in the back. Wow. I did not see Edge going out in 17 seconds coming. Masters now right in the midsection of Mike Cruel. Nice exploder suplex. Ricky Marvin now coming in at number 9. Marvin going right after Fuji. Scoops him up. And just going to take him for a walk like you do sometimes in a Rumble. The AI in these games is just baffling sometimes. I wish I had been keeping track of how many times throughout all of the Rumbles we've done this weekend somebody has picked an opponent up like that and then just kind of walked around with them until they escaped. Number 10 is BJ Whitmer. He was a star for Ring of Honor at the time. He's a producer for AEW now. Enters the ring, goes right after Intocable. And we've got a ring full. We got 8 guys in the ring for the first time in this match. Which means we're just kind of killing time waiting for the somebody to get eliminated before somebody else can come in. We've had 10 men enter. 2 have been eliminated. Masao Inoue and Edge. And Charlie Manson hanging on by a thread, taken out by Don Fuji. Fuji having a pretty good start to the Rumble here, having already eliminated Edge and now Charlie Manson. 2 of the first 3 eliminations for the first guy to enter the match, Don Fuji. And let's see, who is coming in next? Oh, we're still waiting. I was kind of expecting the countdown to have started by now. It hasn't. So we'll just keep going. Nice discus forearm there by Ricky Marvin on Chris Masters. And that's it for Masters. Up and over and to the floor. And here we go. We're about to get our next entrant. This is going to be entrant number 11. Oh, and totally worth the wait. It is Jake. Yes, indeed, it is Jake from the Gemini. Remember the Gemini? They were twins who looked like they went to the gym. Or Gemini. Get it? Last night, I don't remember which stream it was on, but somebody, actually I think it might have been you, Synth Weasel, brought up the Dicks tag team in TNA that looked, that were dressed up to look like penises. I'm sorry, not the Dicks, the Johnsons. WWE had the Dicks. Excuse me. Brought up the Johnsons. Yeah, that was the same guy. That was Jake and Jesse from Gemini were also the Johnsons. Ricky Marvin is gone, and Brent Albright has arrived, a.k.a. Gunner Scott. That was B.J. Whitmer just went out, courtesy of Homicide. That sounded wrong. But yeah, Brent Albright, another one of those guys who was a big star in OVW, looked like, you know, he could have really done something on the main roster. They gave him a dumb name and a barely lower mid-card push, and then like, oh, well, that didn't work out, and away he went. He had some success on the indies, Ring of Honor in particular. Homicide is gone, and in comes Finlay. His name is Finlay, and he loves to fight. He goes right after Mike Cruel, who's actually got an advantage here early on. Brent Albright in trouble here. Jake's got him in a bad way. And that's it for Albright. Brent Albright lasted just barely over a minute, 62 seconds. Oh, and in comes the number 10 ranked Takeshi Morishima. He had a dominant Ring of Honor World title reign in 2007. Just a big monster of a dude. And he's going right after Don Fuji here. And Fuji looks like he is out. Nice run by Fuji. Started the match 8 minutes, 35 seconds ago. So, nice long run there by Fuji. Finlay with a drop kick on Jake. Now Michi Marufuji now making his entrance at number 15. And we have seen half the field now. Still 15 wrestlers to go. And that is going to include the likes of Mystico, Pero Aguayo Jr., we haven't seen Minoru Suzuki, Umaga, Cibernetico, Chris Sabin. Still some big names to come in this Rumble. Of course, Jesse, Jake's twin brother. We haven't seen him yet. And in comes Kenny Dykstra. No longer of the Spirit Squad by 2007. They were trying him out as a singles guy. Big athletic dude, but really could have used a manager to kind of help hype him. Because he didn't really stand alone on his well very well. Stand alone on his own very well. That's not an easy sentence to say. And probably redundant. Takeshi Morishima is out. Only 81 seconds in the match before Finlay sent him packing. And number 17 is Nick Sin, a.k.a. Sin Bodhi, a.k.a. the original Sin, a.k.a. Kazarni, the man of many names. Nick Sin has now arrived, going right after Mike Cruel. And Dykstra actually holding on. Marufuji and Jake both trying to get him out. I don't think they're going to do it. I think Dykstra manages to fight his way out of the precarious position. And we're 8 seconds away from our next entrant. Marufuji off the ropes. Running boot to the midsection on Kenny. Got distracted, though. And number 18 is Aries. Not to be confused with Arez, who is a luchador that works currently. This is Aries from, I think he was mostly a Chikara guy. I admit I don't know a ton about Aries, but I feel like he was from that same kind of generation of guys as like Icarus and Akuma and those kind of guys. Oh, I don't know what it was Marufuji was going for there, but Dykstra slammed on the brakes. Chris Sabin now coming in. He was ranked number 28 in 2007. Coming into this match at number 19. We've got a ring full again. Means nobody else can make an entrance until somebody is eliminated. Aries, I think... Yeah, it was Chikara, because he used to team with Claudio. I'm blanking on what that team was called. I should really know. It was you know, like they're the two Swiss dudes. Oh, who just went out? Somebody got eliminated, and I was... Oh, it's Sabin already. Chris Sabin. 28 seconds he's eliminated by Mike Cruel. Didn't even last till the next entrant. His uppercut by Cruel on Jake. Dykstra barely hanging on. Marufuji trying to get rid of him. And does. That is it for Kenny Dykstra. 6 men in the ring currently, 11 still to come, including 5 of the top 30 wrestlers of the year. And also including the number 226 wrestler of the year. So, you know, you take the good with the bad. And in at number 20 is Pedro Aguayo Jr., who was ranked number 8 after a dominant run through CMLL I think it was CMLL, in 2007. That's it for Sin. Nick Sin has been eliminated. Oh, big clothesline by Cruel, taking Jake's head off. I'm not going to lie, Jake, I'm very surprised is still hanging in there. Mike Cruel is still in there. That is it for Naomichi Marufuji. Finlay eliminates him. And here comes Seabear, the main man. Cibernetico. Basically pro wrestling's answer to Lobo. Going right after Finlay. These are two big, hard-hitting dudes. Finlay with the big elbow. Oh, looks like Cruel is in trouble here. As Aries press slams him to the floor. Nice run by Mike Cruel. 10 minutes, 3 seconds for Cruel. And now Jimmy Wang Yang has arrived. The third member of Kyodai, as I mentioned, when Sakota was in. I believe that was last night. Again, it's all running together. This is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the 27th Rumble I have called over the course of the last 72 hours. Finlay now trying to get Jimmy Wang Yang up and over. He's hanging in there, though. Except he's now going between the ropes. Oh, no. And Wang is gone. Jimmy Wang Yang only lasted 34 seconds. But here's the boogeyman. And he's coming to get ya. Finlay going after Pedro Aguayo there. 7 more to come, including 3 of the top 30. And that's it for Aguayo. Honestly, Cibernetico... Marufuji had an okay run, but Cibernetico, the only one of the top 30 that has not just kind of completely crapped the bed since entering this Rumble. Mystico now in at number 24. He was ranked number 3 on the PWI 500 in 2007. This is the original Mystico, who would later become Sin Cara, who would then come back and become Mystico again. But in the midst of it, he was also Drolistico, and it's very confusing. Finlay is gone, though. Nice run by Finlay. Almost 8 minutes for Finlay. And here comes La Parka. Not to be confused with L.A. Park, who we saw earlier tonight. This is La Parka, the second wrestler under the La Parka name. And he's in there against Aries. Just like we've had 2 different Mysticos. They are 2 different people. This is our second. This is La Parka, not to be confused with L.A. Park, who used to be La Parka, but then bequeathed the gimmick to this La Parka, changing his own name to L.A. Park. It's a different guy. And in at number 26 is, here comes Murder Grandpa. It's Minoru Suzuki. Of course, at that point, he wasn't quite Murder Grandpa. He was more like Murder Cranky Uncle. This was 16 years ago. Oh, he eats a big knife-edge chop from Cibernetico. Mystico, already gone. 80 seconds for Mystico. Cibernetico. Suzuki was number 14. So he's another one of those top 15 guys. Hopefully he'll have a better showing than Edge and Marishima and Aguayo and Mystico. Jesse in at number 27. His twin brother Jake managed to last almost 8 minutes earlier. We'll see if he can repeat that success. Aries is gone. Aries taken out. Oh, did Aries do the just roll himself out of the ring thing? like Olympico and Triple H did? I kind of think he did. I didn't see anybody touch him. Ugh. Fantastic. Just great stuff, 2K. Well done. Well done. And now here comes Umaga. Oh, and Suzuki's gone. That's it for Murder Grandpa. The Samoan Bulldozer Umaga was ranked number 22 back in 2007. He is, he is the odds-on favorite at this point. Neither of the final two cracked the top 60 on the PWI 500 in 2007. So it's basically Umaga and Cibernetico are your two favorites at 22 and 26. Jesse 226, La Parka Jr. gone. That is going to bring out Delirious, which means that we know number 30 is going to be Milano Collection AT. So, yeah, Cibernetico definitely been in there the longest. Came in at 21. Jesse was number 27. Umaga was 28. Delirious was 29. And we're about to see Milano Collection AT at number 30. So it's the last four to enter, plus number 21. Oh, and Umaga just peels Cibernetico off the turnbuckles, launching him toward the middle of the ring. Umaga's got Milano Collection up. Wasteland into a backbreaker. Nice submission hold there by Umaga. And Jesse with the fall away slam. Delirious was going after Jesse, but Jesse blocked him. Delirious hanging onto the top rope. Manages to roll back in. Big European uppercut by Cibernetico. The main man, Cibernetico. Oh, twisting DDT on Delirious. Then a European uppercut on Jesse. Meanwhile, here in the forward corner, Umaga dealing with both Delirious and Milano Collection AT. Probably wise of those two to team up here. Umaga, the most dangerous man, not to mention one of the two freshest men. Sorry, the three freshest men. But then he just chops the hell out of Delirious. One big strike is all it takes. But Umaga in trouble here. Milano Collection AT gonna try. Nope. Umaga too strong, too quick, right back in the ring. Went for the European uppercut, went for the like Samoan throat thrust on Jesse, who blocked it. DDT. Knee to the midsection by Milano Collection AT. Now walking Delirious over to the ropes. And big boot sends Delirious to the floor. And then there were four. Big European uppercut. Cibernetico, oh, nice little partner switch there. Cibernetico going after Umaga. Jesse going after Milano Collection AT. Massive European uppercut by Ciber. The main man sends Jesse into the corner. He's got him up. He got him up. Jesse's in trouble. And gone. Jesse, a little less than half as long as his brother did. But not a terrible showing by the Gemini, considering they're the Gemini. But you've got number 22 Umaga, number 26 Cibernetico, and number 61 Milano Collection AT are your final three here for the 2007 Rumble. Cibernetico going for a choke slam, driving him down. And now Umaga, Samoan spike, just crushing the windpipe of Cibernetico. And just a throat thrust again. On a pop-up Samoan drop on Milano Collection. Was now an announcer for New Japan. He was still an active competitor in 2007. Firing away with punches. And now, what's he going to do here? He's got Umaga up against the ropes. And levels him with a boot. Umaga is out. And we're down to our final two. It's Milano Collection AT and Cibernetico. One of these two will advance. Milano Collection's got 2 eliminations. Cibernetico's got 2.5. He teamed up with Finlay to get rid of Jimmy Wang Yang, but also took out Jesse, and actually eliminated both members of Gemini. Milano Collection took out Delirious and Umaga. They are your final 2 here. Boot to the midsection, blocked by the main man. So punches, and Milano is rocked. Kick to the spine. Kick from Collection. Forearm. Those big blows. You can hear him landing from Cibernetico. And he's just doing the take your wrestler for a walk. Oh, he's got him in trouble. MCAT just barely hanging on. Cibernetico's going to try and push him over. I think he's going to do it. And he does. Cibernetico in at number 21. Lasts nearly 10 minutes to outlast the competition and move on to the grand finale. Cibernetico. Oh yeah, that's definitely good enough to qualify. Oh hey, look, a motorcycle. That's fortuitous. We have 5 years left here. Got 1992, 1994, 1998, 2018, and 2021. All right. And, oh, hey, you can already see it. Cool. That wasn't how I intended it to work, but it worked. Let's go ahead and spin that wheel and find out what year's Rumble we are doing next. $1994. All right. Go ahead and remove that from the available options. And we'll pull up the video for 1994. 94's top stars. Bret Hart, Ric Flair, Razor Ramon, Owen Hart, Steven Regal, Bam Bam Bigelow, Dirty White Boy Tony Anthony, IRS, and Brian Christopher. So that's 9 top 30, plus another 7 in the top 60. I mean, 24 out of the 30 are in the, or sorry, 25 out of the top 30 are in the top 100. So, yeah, pretty deep roster for this one. 1994. Pulling it up now, and here we go.
Introducing the participants. First, weighing in at 287 pounds,
Irwin R. Shyster, IRS, making his way to the ring. Entering at number 1, he was ranked 26th on the 1994 PWI 500. One of those 9 that I mentioned that are all in the top 30. No doubt yelling at people at ringside for being tax cheats, because that's how big of a jerk he is. I'm getting the same entrance music for number 2, and it's Tommy Rich. Wildfire Tommy Rich from the USWA.
True number 2 from New York, weighing in at 231 pounds, the Superstar.
And the crowd goes mild here for Tommy Rich. I mean, it is 1994. There was not a ton to cheer about. But I will say 1994 had some good stuff. WrestleMania 10, super underrated WrestleMania. It doesn't reach the heights of, say, 17 or some of the other, all-time greats. But Bret and Owen is one of the best Mania openers ever, if not the best Mania opener ever. Shawn and Razor in the ladder match, phenomenal match. That's one of the first matches where I was like, oh, you know what? I actually think I do like that Shawn Michaels guy. I'd hated him ever since, since that coward Marty Jannetty jumped through the barbershop window in front of him, which I blamed Shawn. I blamed Shawn on for years, which was just not fair on my part. So IRS and Tommy Rich. IRS, of course, from the WWF. Tommy Rich from the USWA. He did hold the USWA heavyweight title during the evaluation period for the 94 PWI 500. And then at number 3 is the Taskmaster, Kevin Sullivan, who kind of got around a little bit in 1994. Smoky Mountain, ECW, before finally settling in WCW, and becoming one of the major thorns in Hulk Hogan's side throughout his time there. Sullivan, the very first WCW pay-per-view I ever ordered was Bash at the Beach 94, because I was still young and dumb and a Hulkamaniac, and that was the night that Hogan was going to debut, and Sullivan was on that show, and I'd never seen him before. I was like, ooh, this guy's weird. Of course, I didn't know the half of it at the time. Mike Samples is in at number 4 from the USWA. He goes right after Tommy Rich, and he also looks like trash because he's one of my creations. And as I've said many, many times throughout the course of these streams, I am not good at Create a Wrestler. IRS's nose is bloodied. I don't know what happened, but he is not looking good. And number 5 is going to be Ivan Koloff. Entering at number 5. Fresh off a WCW run. I guess primarily was like an ECW guy and an indie guy in 94. This is before ECW really became Extreme. I mean, they had the name, but they hadn't quite hit the level that they were going to in 94. I feel like 95 is really when you're, Sandman and Sabu and like that generation of guys, and Raven, that really started carrying ECW through. Brian Christopher coming in now at number 6. He was ranked number 30 on the PWI 500 that year, the highest he ever got, despite being kind of a mainstream guy for a decade plus after this. But as a singles wrestler, he never quite reached the heights that he did in the USWA. IRS is gone. He's the first man out. Lasted a little shy of 3 minutes. It's arm drag by Christopher, and that's going to bring out his lordship, Lord Steven Regal. Regal won the WCW television title twice during this time. Because he had a legendary showdown with Inoki in the ring at that Bash at the Beach show I was talking about. A nice kick by Sullivan. This is a motley crew in the ring right now. Tommy Rich, Kevin Sullivan, Mike Samples, Ivan Koloff, Brian Christopher, and Lord Steven Regal. And we're about to add number 8. And it is the bad guy, Razor Ramon. Razor was ranked number 7 back in 1994. We just had our second elimination. It was Lord Steven. Steven Regal already gone. He only lasted 38 seconds, according to the timekeeper. Not a great run, not a memorable run, which is a shame, because William Regal in 94 was pretty great. And Ivan Koloff takes out Brian Christopher. Brian Christopher lasted 99 seconds. He got 99 seconds and a win ain't one. Hit me. Here comes Bruiser Bedlam from Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Who did we just lose? Tommy Rich. Tommy Wildfire. Tommy Rich is gone. And now so is... Well, I thought that was Kevin Sullivan. It's not. Oh, that was Mike Samples. Mike Samples is out. And now Kevin Sullivan is. Bruiser Bedlam cleaning house here. After entering, he's already eliminated Samples and Sullivan. Bam Bam Bigelow, the beast from the East, has now arrived from the WWF. When the PWI 500 came out in 94, he was about 6 months away from main eventing WrestleMania 11 against Lawrence Taylor. But Bam Bam had an underrated run in the WWF. I always thought he should have been more. His match against Brett in the finals of the 93 King of the Ring is a fantastic match. Yeah. He had a great run, and he's already gone. All right. Butch Reed has arrived. Bam Bam was only in there for 41 seconds before being tossed by Ivan Koloff. Butch Reed had pretty much struck out on his own as a singles guy at this point after having great success in WCW as Doom with Ron Simmons. But Simmons, the year before, had won the WCW World title. So Reed kind of got lost in the shuffle, went out on his own in the independents. It's going to bring in number 12, Gigolo, Jimmy Del Rey, one half of the Heavenly Bodies. Goes right after Ivan Koloff, which seems like a colossal mistake on his part. Not sure what Jimmy thinks he's doing here, trying to go toe-to-toe with the Russian Bear, but Koloff... Oh, yeah, that's it. Sorry, Jimmy. Thanks for coming. The Gigolo is gone. 21 seconds for Gigolo Jimmy Del Rey. Well, and that's going to bring in his tag team partner, the Doctor of Desire, Dr. Tom Pritchard. We'll see if he can outlast his partner's 21 seconds. Shouldn't be too terribly hard. But that is the other half of the Heavenly Bodies. Goes right after Razor. Goes for the clothesline. Whoop, misses. You gonna try it again? Nope, Razor sidesteps him, and Pritchard is gone. 13 seconds. Well, all he had to do was last 22 seconds, and he couldn't even do that. He couldn't even last 14. 13 seconds for Tom Pritchard, and he has been eliminated. In comes number 14, and it is Smoky Mountain Wrestling's Dirty White Boy, Tony Anthony. And he's just going to kind of hang back while Razor hits an inverted atomic drop on Butch Reed. Ivan Koloff working a submission on Bruiser Bedlam. Anthony picked his spot, and it was against Koloff, which I thought at first was a mistake, but Dirty White Boy is taking it to Koloff. Bruiser Bedlam mistimed the charge, and Razor able to roll back in. And then at number 15 is the original Sheik, Ed Farhat, the uncle of Sabu. This is not the Iron Sheik, as in, USA. Iran number one. Fact the Hulk Hogan. Different Sheik. This is the original Sheik. And, of course, he runs right into Razor Ramon, who's just beating the crap out of him. Oh, and Bruiser Bedlam press slams Ivan Koloff to the concrete. Bruiser Bedlam continues to dominate this match. That is 3 eliminations for him now. Well, that's going to bring in Frank Andersson, who is a Finnish wrestler, I believe. Sweden, I'm sorry. It's right there on the front of his gear. A Swedish wrestler who was in WCW at the time. Admittedly, I don't know much about Frank Andersson. I don't think I've ever seen a Frank Andersson match. Follow a slam by Bedlam on Tony Anthony. Got the Sheik. Oh, here we go. Razor's Edge on Anderson. And that's going to bring out Jim, the Anvil, Neidhart. Anvil at this point had well and fully turned heel, aligning himself with his brother-in-law, the Rocket Owen Hart. In fact, helping him beat Razor Ramon at one point. the finals of the King of the Ring 94, I think. And we got 8 seconds left until we find out who drew number 1. Oh, and there's that music again. It is the Hitman, Bret Hart, the WWF World Champion. Of course, at this point in 94, he was the champion, right? I'm trying to remember. Yes, because he was feuding with Owen over the title, having lost to him at Mania, but then he wound up beating him in a cage match at SummerSlam. But he runs right into Bruiser Bedlam. Butch Reed is gone. Got 7 wrestlers in the ring. Bret's in some trouble here. Bedlam looking for an Alabama Slam, perhaps? Yes! Just whiplashing Bret off the canvas. So we have seen 18 of the 30 participants in this match. A Canadian backbreaker attempt there by Bedlam, but Hart slips out the back of it, only to eat a big right hand from Tony Anthony. Frank Anderson up and over the top. Oh, manages to slide back in before the Sheik can eliminate him. Anvil working on Razor in the back right corner. Anthony and Hart in the front right. And a big clothesline by Bedlam sends Frank Anderson to the floor. Another elimination for Bruiser Bedlam. That is, I believe, 4 already. Mike Samples, Kevin Sullivan, Ivan Koloff, and now Frank Anderson. Ray Gonzalez from the World Wrestling Council in Puerto Rico has now entered. Razor power bombs Neidhart to the floor. Oh, Gonzalez gets scooped up by the Sheik into a power slam. The Anvil is gone. It's Bruiser Bedlam, Tony Anthony, Bret Hart, Ray Gonzalez, the Sheik, and Razor Ramon currently in the ring. Bret was ranked number 1, Tony Anthony number 25, Razor number 7. So 3 out of the top 25 wrestlers of 1994 all in the ring. And hey, let's make that 4, shall we? Because here comes number 10, Owen Hart, the Rocket, the King of Hearts. His insurance policy, Neidhart, already gone. He's going right after his brother. He's too damn selfish. All he had to do was tag me, and that's why I kicked his leg out of his leg. If you haven't seen Owen's promo from Royal Rumble 1994, you're missing out. It's good stuff. And in at number 21, it's the American Love Machine, who, rumor has it, was Art Barr, but I don't believe it. Art Barr didn't wear a mask. American Love Machine did. Goes right after Razor. Razor. Oh, somebody's gone. I didn't see who it was. Oh, it's the Sheik. The Sheik is gone, courtesy of Tony Anthony. We got 9 more wrestlers still to enter here. Foremost among them is, of course, the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. But we still got Tatanka, Rod Price, Jerry Saggs, Dream Machine, Samu, Doug Gilbert, Paul Roma, and Jimmy Snuka, all still to come. Of course, you know, screw Jimmy Snuka, murdering bastard. Alleged. He did it. We all know he did it. And in at number 22 is Nasty Boy Jerry Saggs. Saggs taking the fight right to Bruiser Bedlam, which has not worked out well for anyone in this match. And the Dirty White Boy is eliminated, courtesy of the Hitman. Shin breaker there by Bret on Razor. Side Russian leg sweep by the American Love Machine. And Bedlam just tossing Saggs to the floor. And that's it for Jerry Saggs. 33 seconds in the ring. And that was Ray Gonzalez is out. in the ring. And we've got 8 still to come. We are past the halfway part in this match. 5 seconds remaining here until we find out who drew number 23. And it is the Dream Machine from the USWA. And we got another masked wrestler here. And the American Love Machine goes right after him. It's the Love Machine against the Dream Machine here. Brett against Owen. And Bruiser Bedlam and Razor Ramon. Oh, Bedlam with a huge right hand. Taking Dream Machine down. And then a gut wrench power bomb. Discus clothesline by Brett on Owen. Lots of action. Hard to keep up with here. And Dream Machine up and over and to the floor. 29 seconds. And that is 6 eliminations now for Bruiser Bedlam. That's going to bring in Samu, representing the Head Shrinkers. His tag team partner, Fatu, of course, would go on to become Rikishi, and we saw him in, I believe, the 2001 Rumble, possibly 2000. One of those, Attitude Era Rumbles. I can probably find that out pretty quickly. It was 2000. I should just trust my gut on these things. And in at number 25 is Doug Gilbert, another USWA mainstay of the era. Also did some work for Wing in Japan. Ties it up with the American Love Machine, who immediately eliminates him. 9 seconds for Doug Gilbert. And Owen in trouble now. Love Machine showing off like he eliminated him. And then he does. What a douche. Now, Owen Hart had a nice little run there, about 4.5 minutes. And in comes Superfly, Jimmy Snuka, who, again, we all know he murdered Nancy Argento, right? Or Argentino, right? That's pretty common knowledge at this point. Do I need to read the article? Because I will, if it's helpful. Okay. So we're about to have another entrant here. I'll call it. Oh, Razor's gone. Pretty Paul Roma now entering the match. Roma going after the American Love Machine. This is a mistake. And he's gone. Paul Roma in and out in 8 seconds. Somehow even faster than Doug Gilbert was. 8 seconds, I believe, is tied. Was it Dr. Death that was in and out in 8 seconds earlier in the 91 Rumble? Ugh. Okay, so on May 10th, 1983, a few hours after defeating Jose Estrada at a WWF television taping at the Lehigh County Agricultural Hall in Allentown, Pennsylvania, Jimmy Snuka placed a call for an ambulance. When emergency personnel arrived at his room at the George Washington Motor Lodge, they found that his girlfriend, Nancy Argentino, had been injured. She was transported to Allentown's Sacred Heart Medical Center, where she died shortly after an undetermined craniocerebral injury. The coroner's report stated that Argentino, 23, died of traumatic brain injuries consistent with a moving head striking a stationary object. We've got a couple eliminations there. Looks like Bedlam is finally out, as is Snuka. And Tatanka is going to be the next man in. Rod Price is in there as well. So, autopsy findings show Argentino had more than 24 cuts and bruises, a possible sign of serious domestic abuse on her head, ear, chin, arms, hands, back, buttocks, legs, and feet. Forensic pathologist Isidore Mihalakis, who performed the autopsy, wrote at the time that the case should be investigated as a homicide until proven otherwise. Deputy Lehigh County Coroner Wayne Snyder later said, "Upon viewing the body and speaking to the pathologist, I immediately suspected foul play, and so notified the district attorney." And comes to Nature Boy Ric Flair at number 30. I'm going to read some stuff about him, too. Snuka was the only suspect involved in the subsequent investigation. Although charges were not pressed at the time against Snuka, the case was left officially open. In 1985, Argentino's parents won a $500,000 default judgment against Snuka in a U.S. District Court in Philadelphia. Snuka appears not to have ever paid, claiming financial inability. Let's It's one unfortunate aspect of pro wrestling. For some reason, people excuse their heroes of some absolutely heinous acts. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It is, and I mean, we're seeing it now. Fortunately, the speaking out movement a couple years ago cleared a lot of that kind of garbage out of the industry, and good riddance. But man, the history of pro wrestling is riddled with shit like the Jimmy Snuka, Nancy Argentino murder, and I mean the stories about Ric Flair. By the way, Snuka, the charges were dismissed in January of 2017, 12 days before Snuka died. I don't remember what he died from. They just said a terminal illness is all his Wikipedia says. So anyway, long story short, fuck Jimmy Snuka. So Tatanka now hurling Ric Flair back toward the center of the ring while the American Dream Machine works over Rod Price on the left. Tatanka with a gut wrench on Bret Hart. These are your final 6. So Ric Flair, look at... Just go to Ric Flair's Wikipedia page. Click the drop down under personal life. And then there's family legal problems, politics, medical problems, real life feuds and backstage problems. Flair just another one of those guys that's not a good dude. But he was around a long time. He made some people a lot of money. Put on some classic matches. So, like Synth Weasel says, yeah, exactly. A prime example. So many look up to him and I just can't. Flair is garbage. I respect him as a wrestler. Bell to bell, he's one of the best to ever do it. On the mic, he's one of the best to ever do it. But as a man, he's one of the worst. Just an absolute piece of scum. Now, I have my issues with, a lot of guys in the industry, which, not great for somebody trying to get a start in the industry, but, I mean, honestly, if you can't, speak truth to power or whatever, what's the point? Like, the industry does not have a place for people like that anymore. Tatanka off the ropes, went for an elbow on Samu and missed it. So our final 5 here in 1994 are Rod Price, Bret Hart, Ric Flair, Samu, and Tatanka. Oh, not Rod Price anymore. So we got 3 of the top 40, and then number 67. So, I mean, 4 top 70, not terrible considering some of the low-ranked wrestlers that have survived to the end of some of these Rumbles. Ooh, Bret almost got Samu there with that knee. We got Tatanka and Flair on the right, Bret and Samu on the left, and Flair hovers because 2K is insane. Samu now sent into the corner. Bret's going to follow him in. Lifting him up. Oh, Tatanka up and over the top. Flair's going to try and shove him down. Crowd can sense that both Samu and Tatanka are in trouble. Samu looks to be able to fight his way out of it. As does Tatanka, Buffalo. With that shoulder to the midsection. Now Bret again going after Samu. Tatanka with a big right hand on Flair. Yeah, get him. Get him, Tatanka. Come on, baby. Flair up on the top rope. Samu up on the top rope. We might be down to Bret and Tatanka. Flair is gone. He entered at number 30. He's out. I don't know what Tatanka is signaling for. He doesn't do a super kick. Oh, swing and a miss on the clothesline attempt. Going after Samu. Back elbow by Bret. Tatanka with a side headlock with a big punch. And now backbreaker possibly. Nope, up onto his shoulder. Just a sort of a lazy slam there. And Samu just ran him over like a freight train. So it is number 1, Bret Hart. Number 40, Tatanka. Number 67, Samu. Those are your final 3 here in 1994. Bret was in at number 18. He's been in there a while. He's got 3 eliminations so far. Tatanka just came in at number 29. He's got 2 eliminations so far. Samu has 1 elimination. He came in at 24. So Tatanka, obviously, the far and away the most rested out of the 3. Bret Hart, the best of the three, but he's also the most drained because he's been in there the longest. He's got to be closing in on about, I don't know, 12, 13 minutes at this point. Diving reverse DDT by Bret. And everybody kind of being trepidatious around Samu for some reason. That big uppercut from Bret knocks him down. Tatanka looking to capitalize. Big right hand from Bret. German suplex. And you know this game has issues when a Samoan can take a blow to the head and not bounce right back to their feet. I mean, if there's one thing we know about wrestling, it's that Samoans' heads are invincible. That's code red there by Bret Hart, and that's definitely not a move he ever did. And Bret's another guy who's like his backstage politics I'm not thrilled with, but there's some allegations about, oh dang, clothesline in the back of the head by Samu, but compared to a lot of top guys in the history of the industry, Bret is well, I'm not gonna call him a saint because he's definitely not. But I mean, like, you look at his personal life on his Wikipedia, and there's not as much. It's more just like, he hated Ric Flair, he hated Shawn Michaels, he hated Triple H. That's about it. And then he just, whined in shoot interviews and Twitter for decades. But, grand scheme of things, not that bad. Samu wins. Didn't see that coming, but head shrinker Samu has now won the 1994 Royal Rumble and will advance to our grand finale match later tonight. Alright, so we've got 4 more Rumbles still to go. Double check that I've got everything set up right. Yeah, still looks like Richie Steamboat, Eric Stevens, and Val Venus are going to be the ones competing in that qualifying match for the last spot. But let's go ahead and pull up the wheel and give it a spin. 4 years left, 92, 98, 18, and 21, and it's going to be 2018. I love how the 1992 Royal Rumble, in real life, the best Royal Rumble of all time, one of the best WWE matches of all time. Looks like that's getting pushed to maybe be our main event before we get to the finale. But 2018 headlined, again, this is another one of those where this is right before Speaking Out happened. So there are going to be a handful of people in this match that are not good people. I'll try and call it out as I can as they come out. I will obviously be actively rooting against them and for whoever is in the process of trying to eliminate them. But they are part of it just because that's how it worked out. But 8 favorites in this one. Kenny Omega, Braun Strowman, Andrade, Jinder Mahal, Dalton Castle, Zack Sabre Jr., Hiromu Takahashi, and Cedric Alexander all had their best years in 2018. So let's head to the ring to get things started. The lowest ranked wrestler is number 130. So pretty solid list.
Introducing the participants. First, from Kyoto, Japan, weighing in at 163 pounds.
No actual introduction for the Time Bomb. Hiromu Takahashi making his way to the ring here from New Japan Pro Wrestling. And that one guy in the crowd, very excited for Hiromu Takahashi. Wants him to go get him. I'm assuming he means and not talking about the 29 other participants in this Rumble. Again, like I mentioned, several in the top 30. Takahashi's one of them. He was number 27 in 2018. Oh, just abruptly decided, I'm going to run into the ring now. And we're going to stop. Okay. Not sure what he was doing there, but Hiromu Takahashi is now prepared. He's going to have to go wire to wire through 29 other wrestlers to win the 2018 Rumble and advance to the grand finale match tonight. We are rumbling for research. There's a QR code in the upper right corner of the screen. There's a link in the description if you would like to donate to the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. We are raising funds for them. A dear friend and his wife just suffered an unimaginable tragedy as a result of pediatric cancer. So we're raising some funds. We're trying to help fight the fight. There's no good way to transition out of that, but here comes Santana. At the time was a member of LAX, now one half of Proud and Powerful, and also going by his first name. Now he's Mike Santana. Coming to the ring now. I love that gear, the kind of GTA-inspired gear that he and Ortiz had at that time. Ortiz is also in this match. We're going to see a lot of, the Young Bucks are in this. They were not top 30, so I didn't list them among the favorites, but they're here. Eli Drake is in this, now LA Knight, who was ranked 32 in 2018. I suspect he's probably top 20 on the new list that's coming out here in a couple of weeks. But like Killian Dane, Matt Riddle, lots of guys in this match. Hello, I am Elias. Lots, but then also, fuck Joey Ryan. He's in this. But Takahashi and Santana are your first two here. Takahashi taking the fight to Santana. He's got the early advantage here. DDT. And Taiji Ishimori coming in now at number 3. The Bone Soldier of Bullet Club is our third entrant. As Takahashi eliminates Santana. 42 seconds for Santana. Just a bunch of strikes there from Takahashi. Release German suplex sends Ishimori head over heels. Really, it's heels over head. That expression makes much more sense. You're always head over heels. I'm head over heels currently. And number 4 is the Party Peacock, Dalton Castle. Ranked number 15, one of my absolute favorite wrestling characters in the world. I love Dalton Castle. I wish his matches weren't all behind a paywall on Honor Club. I pay for Honor Club because I like to watch the show when I remember it exists. Mostly I have it for the back catalog. I like to watch the old shows. But, man, Dalton Castle's great. He's so, so, so good. I love Cedric's theme. This is a great theme. And of course, he comes in before we get to the good part. But still a rad theme. Cedric Alexander in at number 5. A spinning back kick. If memory serves, this would have been post Cruiserweight Classic. Like when he was becoming like the guy on 205 Live, right? In 2018. Before he became, mid-Carter for life. And here comes Hideki Suzuki in at number 6. Best known to American audiences as one half of Jacket Time in NXT as Hachiman. Yep, that was a thing that WWE decided we all needed. And if there wasn't a sign that NXT was kind of on the way down before the 2.0 rebranding. All right, we're 8 seconds away. Dalton Castle in trouble already. Now manages to save himself with a shot to the face. And in at number 7, it's Joey Ryan. Okay, so I'm not going to go into detail about Joey Ryan because fuck Joey Ryan. But, yes, crowd, you are right to boo him. The Cliff's Notes version of Joey Ryan is, for years, his gimmick was that he was the penis guy. He had like a very strong penis, and he would like make his opponent grab his penis, and then he would like suplex him using his penis, and it was all very funny. Except it turned out that it wasn't just his opponents that he was making grab his penis. He was also just doing it to people in his life. You know, without consent. He would just grab people's hands and put them on his penis. And all kinds of other weird, gross sex pest stuff. So, turns out, Joey Ryan, huge scumbag. So, I will be very excited when someone eliminates him. And that can't happen soon enough. But Matt Jackson has arrived, one half of the Young Bucks. He was ranked number 40 in 2018. And number 9 is Andrade, who was ranked number 13 in 2018. This is when he was at the top of NXT. What a great run he had on top. With matches with, like, was Johnny Gargano and Aleister Black. Just tremendous matches from Andrade. And again, he's another one of those guys that once he got called up to the main roster, they were like, oh, yeah, we don't know what to do with him. And he hasn't had a great run in AEW, but he at least looks to be doing like what he wants to do. Oh, Jackson's already gone. Just a little over a minute in the match. Alexander Wolf, representing Sanity, is in. And Takahashi is out. Andrade just eliminated Hiromu Takahashi. We got 6 men in the ring currently. Alexander Wolf was number 10 to enter, so we've still got 20 more to come. So far, Castle has been in there the longest. He entered at number 4. I looked like he was going to do something to Alexander Wolf. Decided to change his mind and go after Hideki Suzuki instead. Wolf trying to get rid of Cedric Alexander now. And we got 3 seconds left until we find out who drew number 11. Oh, Cedric is gone, and that's going to bring in Jason Jordan. Yep, Joey, it's hilarious that you're putting your butt in his face. Just class stuff. You're so funny. Jason Jordan has arrived. This was when they were trying to make him as a singles star. Never really worked. He was always better as one half of American Alpha with Chad Gable. That's a team that they gave up on way too quick. They both, they could have been like a, revival level main event tag team. Oh, and here comes Braun Strowman. He was ranked number 6. Remember when Braun looked like he was going to be the guy, and then at Mania they paired him with a child winning the tag team titles? And that was basically it for Braun as a top guy. Now we've since learned that Braun has some questionable views on the world. He doesn't seem to be as egregious as some guys in the industry. But here comes Eli Drake. Possibly my current favorite WWE star. Admittedly, I don't really watch WWE very frequently. I just can't sit through 3 hours of Raw anymore. I just can't. It's too much. I can't watch a pay-per-view length show every week. And SmackDown is fine. I work Friday nights. I have the SWF on Friday nights. And in comes Grand Metalik in at number 14. So SmackDown and Raw I pretty much just watch highlights of. But one of the guys that I will always watch anytime he comes up on my timeline is L.A. Knight. Seemingly he's going to be the latest in a long line of guys who had the temerity to get over when it wasn't the plan. You can already see he's getting shuffled down the card after what looked like could have been a star-making performance. If they had pulled a trigger on him winning Money in the Bank. But they decided, no, that's not how we do things here. And, now he's the crowd-pleasing dude who's just never going to win the big one. Jason Jordan eliminates Strowman. Just a little over 2 minutes for Strowman. Joey Ryan trying to eliminate Hideki Suzuki. Suzuki managing to hold on. If somebody wants to throw Joey Ryan out of the match, any time would be fine. I will actually be very grateful for whoever does. Or at the very least, Kevin, please stop going to close-ups every time he does that. Although I will admit, I'm a little pleased that whoever scanned his face didn't do a great job, and he looks more like Adam Scott than Joey Ryan. Different dude with 2 first names. Rolling Death Valley Driver on. Just stop giving me close-ups on Joey Ryan. There are 7 other guys in the ring right now. Give me close-ups on any of them. Thank you. Dalton Castle, prime example. I know you're trying to give me a Joey Ryan close-up. Alright, do I have to read the Wikipedia entry to make it go away? That made Snuka go away. I'll do it. I'm just crazy enough to do it. Okay, here we go. In June 2020, at least 17 women accused him of sexual assault and harassment. After initial accusations surfaced, he posted a lengthy message on his Twitter account, apologizing for invading people's personal space. After that message was posted, a number of women posted on Twitter allegations of misconduct. Wrestlers Joey Janela and Ryan Nemeth, who previously worked for him at Bar Wrestling, have spoken out against him. Bar Wrestling's venue Bootleg Theater ended their relationship with the company due to the allegations. And several people told the SoCal Uncensored website the promotion has ceased operations. On June 23, 2020, Impact announced they terminated his contract as a result of the allegations. He was also edited out of every episode of Being the Elite in which he appeared. I gave them every opportunity, Synth Weasel. I did not do this by choice. They forced my hand. He addressed the allegations in an hour-long video posted on July 18th, 2020. He's denied nearly every accusation against him, showing messages between himself and the women, which he says shows evidence to dispute the claims made. On September 24th, he filed a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against 3 of his accusers for defamation, in which he stated he lost upwards of $20,000 a month? Where on earth was he working and making $20,000 a month? The lawsuit includes loss of followers on social media, loss of revenue from various projects. Eli Drake and Nick Jackson both gone. That's going to bring out Zack Sabre Jr. Merchandise, wrestling, and did we get him? Was that it? Okay. Thank you, 2K. Whew. All right. Oh, and Killian Dane sends Hideki Suzuki to the floor. Let's see, checking back through the stats here. Who was it that actually got Ryan? Killian Dane. Killian Dane is now my favorite wrestler. It's official. I mean, he's also married to Nikki Cross, so he's already a man I admire. But now that he's eliminated Joey Ryan, he is officially my favorite wrestler of all time. Sorry, Shawn. Also, Shawn Michaels, huge piece of crap, but he's my favorite wrestler of all time. No accounting for taste, I suppose. Silas Young, the last real man, which is not as obnoxious a gimmick as it sounds, in there with Dalton Castle and Zack Sabre Jr. working over the arm of Killian Dane. And Dalton Castle trying to eliminate Silas Young here right after Silas arrived. Oh, and here comes the cleaner. Kenny, by God, Omega. Entering the Royal Rumble from someplace that isn't North Carolina. And then just gets blindsided by Zack Sabre Jr. Dude, how rad would a Kenny Omega Zack Sabre Jr. match be? Also, huge thank you to Mio. Not a sponsor, but I'm drinking so much more water because I use Mio. It's the fruit punch flavor. It's fantastic. Lars Sullivan is a weird situation. One of those guys that looked like he had all of the tools that Vince looks for. He was big and scary looking and couldn't work a lick. But, oh, and he's immediately eliminated by Zack Sabre. Okay. that was a quick 10 seconds for Lars. But he got called up to the main roster and had some mental health issues. Basically, like, kind of sounded like he just got stage fright and just couldn't handle the pressure of being in front of such big crowds and wound up leaving the industry. Which, I mean, good for him for doing it before he accidentally hurt somebody. But still, odd situation. Matt Riddle in at number 21, the original bro. Now going at it with Dalton Castle. And immediately eliminated. Silas Young took him out. 12 seconds in the match for Matt Riddle. So that is back-to-back entrance that lasted less than 15 seconds. Pendulum kick by Dalton Castle on Kenny to save himself. And here comes Ortiz. Santana was the first man out of the match 42 seconds after it started. Ortiz entering at number 22, so he doesn't have to last long to outlast his partner, but as we saw with the Heavenly Bodies in that 94 Rumble, that don't necessarily mean much. Ortiz going to the top turnbuckle. What's he going for? Oh, Killian Dane. Could have just shoved him to the floor, but instead decides he wants to play with his food a little bit. Dalton in some trouble here, and ZSJ sends him to the floor. Great run by Dalton Castle. 13 minutes, 42 seconds is the official time. And here comes Akira Tozawa in at number 23. The crowd very unhappy. I am too. I wanted Dalton Castle to go all the way, but I knew entering at number 4, the chances were very slim. So at this point, the person that's been in there the longest, I think, is Killian Dane. Came in at number 16. Maybe not. Shuji Ishikawa is out now. In at number 24. Another one of my creations. And you can tell because 1, the hair color looks bad. 2, the hairstyle looks bad. And 3, the gear looks bad. Tozawa barely holding on. Zack Sabre Jr. trying to get him out of there. Silas Young trying to take Ishikawa's head off with that clothesline. Death Valley driver by Killian Dane. Tons of action happening right now. And here comes Masaaki Mochizuki. I love Masaaki Mochizuki, and I don't think I've ever seen a Masaaki Mochizuki match. Here's why I love him. I mentioned earlier on today, in one of the streams today, I don't remember which one, Pro Wrestling Simulated was a Twitch channel and a YouTube channel that I used to run with my friend Mike San Gregorio, or Michael St. Gregory. And what we used to do was we took, again, the PWI 500, the 2021 list, and we made a big tournament out of it. And it took us like a year and some change, but we did a massive tournament. Mochizuki was the only guy in the entire tournament that didn't win it that was never pinned or submitted. He never lost, is what I mean. In one tournament match, he and Miro fought to a time limit draw, which then meant that in the next match, I had the two of them and the guy on the other side of the bracket, which I think was El Desperado. They had a 3-way match, and Desperado took the fall, not Mochizuki. So he was eliminated without ever being beaten. So I just like Masaaki Mochizuki because I like weird statistical shit like that. And that's it for ZSJ. Zack Sabre Jr.'s gone. And so is Akira Tozawa. We got 6 men remaining in the ring. 5 still to come, including number 14, Jinder Mahal, number 67, Travis Banks, number 69, Elias, number 86, Marco Corleone, and number 113, Ilya Dragunov. We got a couple of names still to come here in the latter part of the 2018 Rumble. We got 8 seconds until we find out who drew number 26. And it is Marco Corleone, who his biggest fame, that's not an expression, His greatest fame was under his real name of Mark Jindrak. Silas Young is gone, courtesy of Ortiz. I am very tired. This backbreaker there by Killian Dane. Somebody else just went out. Who was it? Shuji Ishikawa is gone. So is Masaaki Mochizuki. Okay, here comes Travis Banks. Short and sweet. Also mentioned in the Speaking Out movement. Millie McKenzie accused Banks of emotional abuse and abusing his position of trust over her by having a relationship with her when she was 17 and his trainee at Fight Club Pro. He was 30 at the time of the relationship. He released a statement admitting to the relationship. She released screenshots of abusive messages allegedly from Banks and claimed he had abused his position of trust over other trainees. Progress fired him June 20th, 2020. 6 days later, WWE released him as well. Ilya Dragunov in at number 28. Kenny Omega is gone. Killian Dane continuing to dominate this Rumble. It's Killian Oh, and that's it for Ortiz. Still got 2 more to come out. We know it's Jinder Mahal and Elias. We just don't know what order it's going to be. Excuse me. Hello, I am Elias. We'll find out who here in 2018 wants to walk with Elias. Dragunov is gone. Travis Banks is gone. Good riddance. Killian Dane, still my favorite wrestler. That, I believe, is 5 eliminations for Dane. Nick Jackson, Joey Ryan, Hideki Suzuki, Kenny Omega, Travis Banks, yeah. And Jinder Mahal is the 30th and final entrant. Number 14 on the 2018 PWF 500. Of course, that was the year he won the WWE title. And a nice leg sweep STO taking Corleone down. I mentioned Corleone, I started to talk about Corleone earlier. Best known as Mark Jindrak. His greatest success was in Mexico under the name Marco Corleone. But he's best known stateside for his time in WCW and the WWE as Mark Jindrak. We've seen almost all of the Natural Born Thrillers, which was that group of power plant graduates in WCW toward the end of the promotion, of just like a desperate attempt to inject some new blood into the show and try to get anybody over that was under the age of 40. That was, Jindrak, Sean O'Hare, Chuck Palumbo, Sean Stasiak, Johnny Stamboli, above average Mike Sanders, not in any of these Rumbles. And I feel like I am forgetting somebody else. Dane's got Corleone in trouble, looking for elimination number 6. And Killian Dane continues to run roughshod through this Rumble. It is down to Jinder Mahal, Elias, and Killian Dane. Well, Elias gonna walk the line here. Driving down onto the spine of Mahal. And now Killian Dane is with a 2-handed choke slam. And he's going to take him over to the ropes. Oh. Elias fighting back. Big shot to the midsection. And another. Went for a chop. Ducked under by Dane. I'd like to walk with Elias. Seems like fun. Although I don't really like walking. Can I, ride a scooter while you walk? Or something? Oh, man. Massive shotgun dropkick by Dane. And a big boot by Jinder. Is this Mahal's night? Is he gonna win? Is it time for the Mahal of Fame, or will somebody hinder Jinder? He's got Dane against the ropes. Got him by the leg. The big man's holding on, but it looks like he's starting to teeter. And he's gone. Big elimination there by Mahal. And again, the last two in are the last two out. Elias came in at 29. Jinder Mahal came in at 30. They are the final two participants. Killian Dane, final count, 6 eliminations, 12 minutes, 46 seconds. Here we go, Elias and Jinder Mahal. Who will advance? Jinder now going to try and send Elias in. Going to try and eliminate him here. Is Jinder going on? And no, Elias holds on for dear life. Well, Jinder's going to try and push him off with his foot here. But Elias fights his way back. For a boot to the midsection. No, Mahal blocking everything. Oh, he's got him up for the Khalas. And down goes Elias. And I think that is all she wrote for the Drifter. Mahal gets a running start and clotheslines him to the floor. That is it for Elias. And Jinder Mahal has won the 2018 Rumble. Two eliminations, 4 minutes and 6 seconds for Jinder. Not an all-timer performance here compared to some of the ones that we have seen from previous matches. But still, Jinder Mahal is your winner and is moving on to the grand finale match. There are 3 Rumbles left before we get to the finale. Let's get those pulled up here on the screen. It's either 1992, 1998, or 2021. When this started, there were 32 years on this list. We're down to 3. Give it a spin. And it is 1998. So 92 and 21 are going to be the last two. It's kind of like a Pokeball. 1998. Let me get that pulled up here. Top stars of 98. Goldberg, DDP, Ken Shamrock. Oh, you know what? Hi, there's my background. I have posters of shows I've worked as my background. I didn't think that was going to show, but apparently it is. So, hey, yeah, it's just like a slideshow of shows I've worked. Let me see, I'm going to make that go away so you don't see me poking around in menus to get the Rumble going. But yeah, little peek behind the curtain. Now you can see what my desktop is. Like I said, it's just a slideshow of every show I've worked or shows that haven't happened yet, but the posters have been released for. And here we go, 2018. Goldberg, DDP, Ken Shamrock, Tatsumi Fujinami, Taka Michinoku, Juventud Guerrera, your top stars here in 1998. Oh, nope, that's 2018. I grabbed the wrong year. That's awkward. All right, stand by. Saw the 8, thought it was what I wanted. It's not. There we go. Better. And in at number 1 is Kurgan, the Interrogator.
Introducing the participants. First, from Canada, weighing in at 358 pounds, the Giant, Kurt King.
Kurgan does not appear to be in any rush to make it to the ring, so give me 1 second. Well, I have a Kurgan action figure I was going to show. I'm going to show just how big a fan I was in the late 90s. There he is. Who has a Kurgan action figure? This guy. And he moves just about as well as the real Kurgan. Kurgan, the Interrogator. Speaking of restraint, which I haven't at all tonight. In fact, I've mentioned multiple times about how WWF at the time had none. When Kurgan, who debuted as the Interrogator, here comes Robbie Rage from the tag team High Voltage. Rage's partner Kenny Chaos also in this Rumble. But the Interrogator, Recon, Sniper, and there was a fourth guy whose name escapes me. They were pretty much just like generic heels when they were brought into the WWF. That was not always the case. When they were in the USWA, their gimmick was that they were basically like apartheid cops in South Africa, there to enforce the status quo, which, for those of you familiar with your history, know that the status quo in South Africa at the time was white people in charge and separate from black people. That was the original gimmick. WWF showing remarkable restraint by not having them be that. Although they did almost immediately feud with the Nation of Domination, which was the Black Panther stable. But it was not as overt as it could have been. So, you know, kudos, I guess. Kurgan has since gone on to a very successful film career. You've probably seen him in, I think he was in one of the John Wicks. I know he was in one of the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies. Let me pull him up here. Robert Miley is his name. Flash Flanagan coming in at number 3. But yeah, 300, Sherlock Holmes, City of Bones, Percy Jackson, Sea of Monsters, Pacific Rim, Hercules, the one with The Rock, Deadpool 2, and then a bunch of TV shows too. Once Upon a Time, Merlin, Haven. He was on 5 episodes of Haven. He was one of the leads on The Strain. He was the lead vampire. An episode of American Gods, an episode of Titans, an episode of The Umbrella Academy, an episode of Jupiter's Legacy. So yeah, big dude's doing all right for himself post wrestling. So good for him. NWO Sting. It's not Sting. NWO Sting was a guy called Jeff Farmer, who previously was best known as Cobra, and just as being kind of a generic mid-card / job guy. They'd never really done anything with him. And then they needed somebody that kind of vaguely, sort of, kind of, almost looked like Sting for the NWO angle. Oh, and Flash Flanagan has eliminated Kurgan. And that is going to bring in number 5, Osamu Nishimura, who's actually the highest ranked wrestler we've seen so far in this match at number 88. The other 4 were all 100 or higher. So yeah, NWO Sting was born, and thus Jeff Farmer gets to compete in Rumblin for research. Again, we are raising funds for the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. There is a QR code in the upper right corner of your screen if you'd like to donate that way. There's also just a link in the description of the video if you prefer to go that route. Reno Riggins has now entered. He's ranked number 189. Nishimura doing a little dance in the middle of the ring. Can't seem to decide whether he wants to actually get involved. Okay, now he's going after NWO Sting. sure if that came through on the mic, but oh, and that is it for Riggins. 26 seconds. Here's another guy that was hard to find on Community Creations because, you know, his asterisk, 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 asterisk Dudley instead of Big Dick, because we can't just be adults on the internet. And just stretching Flash Flanagan across his knee. Big Dick Dudley ranked number 200 in 1998. He's the lowest ranked wrestler in this match. And so far the first 7 have all been outside the top 30. And that's it for those Flash Flanagan. And here comes Hoovy. The Juice has arrived. And he was ranked number 25 back in 1998. Big Dick Dudley's got him up. I thought he was doing for a torture rack. Instead, just kind of like inverted press slams him. Now we're about to find out who drew number 9. And it is Diamond Dallas Page. Oh, and Nishimura just eliminated Guerrera. DDP entering at number 9. He was the 4th ranked wrestler on the PWI 500 in 1998, his highest ranking. Bang! DDP just kind of jittering there. We'll find out who drew number 10 here in about 3 seconds. And it is Super Delphine. We're making his entrance at number 10. He was ranked 68th back in 1998. It's a big right hand there from NWO Sting. Oh, and then a nice, not a dragon suplex. What is that? A tiger suplex? Tiger suplex. That's what that's called. A series of strikes by Delphine on Sting. And DDP is gone. 56 seconds for him. Robbie Rage is out. He'd been in since the start of the match. 5 minutes, 12 seconds. And Reckless Youth is in at number 11. One of the top independent stars of the day. He goes right after Osamu Nishimura. Bouncing him off the turnbuckles and then just tossing him into the center of the ring. Looks after this match, we've still got 2 more Rumbles. And then we'll have a triple threat. And then the winner, the 29 of the Rumble winners plus the winner of the triple threat will meet in our grand finale match tonight. And number 12, who better than Canyon? Well, in 1998, 107 other people. But Chris Canyon was great. Alright, so I was hoping to have a guest on for the last part of the stream tonight. Unfortunately, obligations have gotten in the way. No worries. Rory, if you're watching, it's cool. No worries. I'm going to go ahead and text him in case he's not watching. Who just went out? Who did I miss when I looked away? Oh, NWO Sting is gone. A little over 5 minutes for him. And in comes Kenny Chaos. Not going to get to share the ring with Rage. So it's up to him to keep the momentum going for the fine folks at High Voltage. And Canyon is gone. 45 seconds in the match before being dumped out by Osamu Nishimura. Alright, it's time for number 14 to make his entrance. Taka Michinoku was ranked number 22 in 1998. He was the face of the WWF's light heavyweight division. Looked like he was going to be a big deal. And then they decided, no, we don't like light heavyweight wrestling anymore. How do you feel about being a lower mid-card comedy act? And that was the rest of his career after 1998. So, but at least he had that one shining year where he was number 22 in the world. Big Dick Dudley is out. And so is Osamu Nishimura. And number 15 is Chris Chet. Wow. I got the hiccups pretty bad right now. Super Delphine looks like he's about to go out, courtesy of Reckless Youth. Chris Chetty, of course, one of the... honestly, I'm a little surprised he was ranked this high this early. I always picture him as like a 2000 guy in ECW, but I guess he was doing all right in 98. Ranked number 175. And that's going to bring in number 16, Emilio Charles Jr. I love his cheeseburgers. No, wait, that's Carl Jr. Sorry, I'm still texting Rory to let him know. Blue Panther in the ring now. Also, I just found out that my dad tested positive for COVID, and they were just here last week, so I think Malia and I will need to get tested sooner rather than later. That's awesome. Men's Teo, another member of Kai and Tai. Chetty doing a little teleportation act there. Shots to the midsection from Teo, spinning back elbow, kick, 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 kick. Yeah, swinging neck breaker. Blue Panther. We got a ring full. We need somebody to get eliminated before somebody else can enter. Kenny Chaos, Taka Michinoku, Reckless Youth, Chris Chetty, Viano 4, not Men's Teo anymore. He's Viano 4 just sent him packing. Blue Panther and Emilio Charles Jr. Are the 7 men in the ring currently. Alright. Eventful night. Lots of texts going on right now. Okay. Did somebody come in while I was looking at that? No. Steve Mongo McMichael. This is horrible, but has Mongo already passed away? I know he's been very sick, and he's in hospice. I just genuinely can't remember if he's still with us. He is. Yeah, he has ALS, so he's and he's not doing well. But glad to see he's still with us, still fighting. Mongo McMichael in the ring now. Man, what a heaviness happening right now. Chetty with a gut wrench on Blue Panther. Alabama slam by Emilio Charles Jr. And what are we doing here? We got 5 seconds left until we find out who drew number 21. And oh no, it's Goldberg. Goldberg. Chris Chetty is gone. Somebody else just went out too. That was Emilio Charles is out now. And Blue Panther, yes. Taka Michinoku was just eliminated. Blue Panther was just eliminated by Goldberg, making his presence known immediately. And Aviano 4's got Reckless Youth up on his shoulders. Oh, man. There's a name for that, too, and I'm blanking on what it is. I mean, I've put in probably 16 hours of streams over the course of this weekend. We got 8 seconds to go until we find out who drew number 22. Oh, man. Speaking of people in wrestling that aren't good people, Disco Inferno. I wouldn't be opposed to somebody just throwing him out immediately. Go for it, Viano. Viano 4 teleports into the corner. Goldberg and Mongo. It is an all WCW ring right now. Viano 4 with that Frankensteiner. Sending you squared photo over. Stay awake, Pat. We're in the home stretch. Everybody wanted to do it, and they got it. Be careful. Yeah. That Mania 20 match was such a bad idea on so many levels. I get the concept behind it, but once it became clear they were both leaving, you scrap the match. There's no way. I don't know what they thought was going to happen by putting that out there in front of Madison Square Garden, one of the most notoriously tough crowds in the country. What did they think was going to happen? But I will contend that when Goldberg made his comeback a few years ago, those matches were exactly what I wanted out of Goldberg versus Lesnar in 2004. Had they done that right, that's what those matches should have been. Darren Drozdov has arrived, who we just recently lost. One of the great tragedies in pro wrestling. His career was cut short in a match against D'Lo Brown. D'Lo got him up for a running Liger bomb. Drozdov slipped, landed on his head, and was paralyzed from the waist down. Spent the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Great advocate for, disability rights. He was, he went on to live a very full life, but his wrestling career was over at that point. But he did recently pass away. Drozdov, by all accounts, as far as I'm aware, seemed like a pretty good dude. I don't remember ever hearing anything about him. I could be wrong. It's possible I just never heard it. Jimmy Cicero coming in now at number 26. Jerry Estrada working over Mongo. Jimmy Cicero, one of the top indie guys of the era. Mongo trying to get Van Hammer out. Chop block by Disco. Disco's still in there. Can somebody take care of that for me, please? 4 wrestlers still to go. This match is flown. 4 wrestlers left. Number 8, Ken Shamrock. Number 13, Tatsumi Fujinami. Number 38, Hayabusa. Number 128, Glenn Osborne. Of course, none of them can come in until we get some clear out in this. Van Hammer's gone. Van Hammer ranked number 173. He's the 19th elimination in this match. Disco Inferno getting that elimination. Goldberg, when he came in, looked like a house of fire, throwing Blue Panther out right away. Haven't really heard much from him. Working on Jerry Estrada now. Okay, thank you, Viano 4. Thank you. Disco Inferno is now gone. We can all breathe a little easier. Oh, here we go. Time for the jackhammer. Oh, drilling Jimmy Cicero with the jackhammer right in the middle of the ring. And number 27 is Tatsumi Fujinami. Coming in at number 27. One of the great Japanese wrestlers of all time. WWE Hall of Famer. And that's it for Estrada. Goldberg just sending him flying. Backbreaker by Cicero on Goldberg, but Goldberg just right back up to his feet. And this might be it for Viano 4. It is. Cicero eliminates him. And now Goldberg is going to take out Cicero, I think. There's Glenn Osborne coming in at number 28, which means that 29 and 30 are Ken Shamrock and Hayabusa. We don't know what order yet, but those are the final 2. Glenn Osborne, I was amazed I couldn't find a community creation of. But this is my edit. It's not terrible, I don't think. By my standards, it's okay. So we are waiting number 29, number 30, Ken Shamrock and Hayabusa. We just don't know in what order. And it is Hayabusa in at number 29. So I mentioned Viano 4, when he went out, had just passed the 10-minute mark. So a nice run by Viano 4, getting 5 eliminations in this match. Taking out Men's Teo, Emilio Charles Jr., Taka Michinoku, Reckless Youth, and Disco Inferno. Fujinami in some trouble here, manages to save himself. Oh, big splash by Osborne, and here comes Ken Shamrock. So these are your final 7. Goldberg, Ken Shamrock, Jimmy Cicero, Hayabusa, Steve Mongo McMichael, Tatsumi Fujinami, and Glenn Osborne. A nice drop toe hold. Now, underrated dream match I always wanted. Honestly, a match I would have preferred over Goldberg-Lesnar was Prime Goldberg against Prime Shamrock. That match would have kicked ass. But it just never really... I mean, it never happened, but I think that would have been killer. So Shamrock trying to get rid of Hayabusa. Mongo's going to pile drive Cicero. Osborne with a series of backbreakers on Fujinami. Goldberg catching his breath. Mongo has been in there the longest. He entered at number 20. Oh, and that's it for Fujinami. Glenn Osborne taking out Fujinami. That's his first elimination. But yeah, Mongo at 20, Goldberg 21, Cicero 26, and then 28, 29, 30, Osborne, Hayabusa, Shamrock. Oh, and that is it for Glenn Osborne. I think it might be time. Goldberg looks like he's going to that place. He's ready to clean house. Now, Hayabusa, I think, is next. Who's next? It was Hayabusa. Mongo spike on Ken Shamrock. And we're down to our final 4. Number 2, Goldberg. Number 8, Ken Shamrock. Number 190, Mongo McMichael. And number 194, Jimmy Cicero. Goldberg just beating the crap out of Shamrock there. And Mongo going to try and get rid of Jimmy Cicero over in the far corner. And does. Nice little run by Cicero. Almost 6 minutes. And Goldberg's got Shamrock up, and that's going to be it for the world's most dangerous man. It is Goldberg and Mick Michael. Mongo. I was going to say Mongo, then I decided to change it to McMichael, but I just mentally didn't add the syllable. So our final two, they're doing the thing. They're two former NFL players. Mongo winning a Super Bowl with the 1985 Bears. And Goldberg spears him in half. Goldberg has 5 eliminations. Mongo has 1. These were the 20th and 21st entrants into the match. They've both been in there about 10-ish minutes. McMichael's got like a minute 20-ish on Goldberg. But I think this is it. Mongo in trouble, and Goldberg has won the 1998 Rumble. 11:41 was McMichael's time, 10:19 for Goldberg, plus 6 eliminations. Just an absolutely dominant performance by Bill Goldberg. That's right up there with Batista and Vader as far as just like the absolute killer runs that we've seen so far. Kofi Kingston I'd throw in there too, as far as just like the absolute best runs through their Rumbles. So big win for Goldberg. He was the favorite. I mean, he should have won, but he does pull it off. Folks, we have 2 Rumbles to go before we get to the finale. Is it going to be 92 or is it going to be 01? Let's spin the wheel again to find out. And it is 1992, which means we're going to end with 2021. 92. All right. Let me get that pulled up here. 2 Rumbles remain. So who do we have as favorites in 92? We've got Sting, number 1. Randy Savage, 2. Rick Rude, 4. Ricky Steamboat, 6. Remember, his son Richie won a Rumble earlier. Jerry the King Lawler, 7. The Ultimate Warrior, 9. Nikita Koloff is 17. Ron Simmons, 20. The Big Boss Man is 23, and Bobby Eaton is 27. The lowest ranked wrestler in the match is number 72, Kamala. So, maybe not a star-studded match, because some of the guys not exactly enduring legacies in the industry, but in terms of the top stars of 92, pretty well represented here. Didn't have to dig too deep to find 30 guys from 1992. But let's go ahead and get it started. You better read the signs, respect the law and order, you'll serve hard times. Serve hard times. The Big Boss Man entering at number 1. Long odds for the Boss Man here. 92. He's coming off that feud with the Heenan family. A little aimless, but still ranked 23rd. 92, he had the feud with the Mountie. Should have Bobby just made the... I don't want to know where he put that, but it just disappeared. So now in at number 2, who do we got? Any second now. Is it Freddie Mercury? I don't think he had that good of a year in 92. Oh, Dan Spivey.
Crew number 2 from Tampa, Florida, weighing in at 282 pounds, Dangerous Dan Spivey.
Dangerous Dan Spivey, a mainstay in All Japan Pro Wrestling in 1992, teaming with Stan Hansen, won the All Japan World Tag Team titles. Was probably better known stateside for his tag team with Sid in WCW, the Twin Towers. Interestingly enough, also the name of the Big Boss Man's team with Akeem. That's just kind of what you call two big guys when they team together, I guess. Not so much anymore, although there is a team in Japan called Twin Towers. Kohei Sato and Suwama call themselves Twin Towers, which I guess works in Japan. Doesn't have the same connotation that it has here in the States now. Now it's the Big Boss Man and Dangerous Dan Spivey starting us off. This is a star-studded Rumble. I mean, you heard some of those names: Sting, Savage, Rude, Steamboat, Lawler, Warrior. Just some big names here. But also some big names that weren't as highly rated. Like Roddy Piper's in this, and he was ranked number 45. Earthquake is in this. Rick Martel. Oh, and Spivey eliminates the Big Boss Man. 30 seconds in, and the Boss Man's already gone. Sweet Stan Lane is now in from the Midnight Express. A little purplish, matching the gear a little bit. He's got that whatever disease it was that Apollo had last night. And Spivey eliminates Lane in 15 seconds. Dan Spivey running roughshod over the early stages of this Rumble. But here comes Terry. Bam, bam, Gordy. There we go. Gordy and his tag team partner, Dr. Death Steve Williams, trading those tag titles back and forth with Spivey and Hansen. These two guys did not get along in 92. And Bam Bam looks like he's going to be the first guy to give Spivey a run for his money. Spivey, I mentioned the tag team with Sid as probably being the peak of his career. Under that name, yes. I personally was a huge fan of the Waylon Mercy character that he had in WWE, or the WWF, in 1995. And that is going to bring in the model. Yes, he is a model. Rick Martel, going right after Terry Gordy here. But I loved the Waylon Mercy character. It was, kind of a Cape Fear knockoff, but he was very good in the role. His best days in the ring were well and truly behind him at that point. But I think he could have been a compelling mid-card heel, kind of a gatekeeper guy that people beat to get elevated. But then they kind of jobbed him out almost immediately to Savio Vega, and he just never really recovered. And here comes number 2, Macho Man, Randy Savage, yeah. Coming out in his big, frilly, fringy gear from 92. Savage is in 2K22, but of course I had to edit him. I mean, I didn't edit him. I had to find a community creation that had the more 1992 style gear. Because that is the attention to detail you expect here at Rumblin for research. Spivey off the ropes. Oh my god. There is no way Dan Spivey ever did that move. Here comes Michael P.S. Hayes representing the Freebirds. And I almost said Dr. Death. That's Terry Gordy in some trouble here. Martel trying to get him up and over. He's teetering. And he's gone. That's it for Terry Gordy. Savage and Martel. We got Spivey and Hayes. And we're about to add a 5th man to the mix. And it is Jimmy Jam Garvin. That is Hayes' partner in the Fabulous Freebirds. He goes after Savage, who'd been fighting with Hayes, which frees Hayes up to go after Spivey. Odd that they're not explicitly teaming up. I mean, it's not, because that's not how 2K works. All right. Martel's got Hayes. No, Hayes has Martel diving DDT. Just a series of chops and punches. Oh, and here comes Ron Simmons, the first black world champion ever. Hitting the ring 1992, Ron Simmons looked poised to become a huge, huge star as the first black world champion. And then there was a leadership change in WCW, and they never really capitalized on it. And he went on to have a great career, but he never quite reached the heights that he should have based on how his 92 went. Dan Spivey is out, courtesy of Ron Simmons. And in comes Terrence Taylor, representing the York Foundation. And he goes right after Martel, Savage, and Garvin. Hayes and Simmons are the three matchups we have going on right now. 6 men in the ring. We're about to add an 11th entrant. It'll be the 7th man in the ring at the time. Remember, 2K can hold up to 8. Oh, and here comes Kamala, the Ugandan giant. Not at all a racist stereotype. He's at the ring and just gets lambasted by Terrence Taylor. Kamala goes right after Michael P.S. Hayes. I mean, Hayes a big proponent of the Confederate flag, so it makes sense that Kamala would not be a huge fan of his. Simmons now going after Jimmy Jam Garvin, trying to get him out of the ring. And number 12 is the Z-Man, Tom Zenk, who apparently I forgot to go in and capitalize his name, because sometimes Community Creations don't do the all caps thing, which I don't understand, because every wrestler in the game is all caps. But not the Z-Man. The Z-Man running right into Savage. He gets a Falcon Arrow for his troubles while Simmons pile drives Garvin. Just absolute chaos breaking loose here. 8 men in the ring. And the model is gone. Terrence Taylor has eliminated Rick Martel. And the first 5 in are the first 5 out. Nobody in there. Yeah. 6 through 12 are all still in the ring right now. And Z-Man working over Savage in the corner. Savage might have drawn a little blood there when he hit the turnbuckle. Oh, it looked for a second like Terrence Taylor was going to take the just rolling out of the ring route that we've seen a couple other guys take so far tonight, but he managed to stop himself. Maybe he should have, because he just took a head to the balls from Kamala. The Z-Man is already gone. Tom Zenk only in the ring for 1 minute and 6 seconds. 5 seconds to go until we find out who drew number 14. And, I'm sorry, number 13. I can't count. It's the Canadian Earthquake. Earthquake came in, ranked number 40 on the PWF 500, and he goes right after Kamala. It's a hoss fight. It's big, meaty men slapping meat. And a massive headbutt from Earthquake. And he charges at Savage, who dodges, and Earthquake just shrugs him off. Garvin hanging on for dear life, as is Hayes. Both Freebirds in trouble. Garvin able to save himself. Hayes is not. Terrence Taylor eliminating Michael P.S. Hayes. Now it's time to find out who drew number 14. What is Simmons doing? It is beautiful Bobby Eaton coming in at number 14 as Savage drops the big elbow on Jimmy Garvin. So the other half of the Midnight Express, we already saw Stan Lane earlier. Now we've got his former partner, hanging about to dry there. And a gut wrench by Simmons. Yeah, Midnight Express. Eaton and Lane. Sorry, distracted. I've got too much stuff going on. Sensory overload. This is why you usually have a broadcast partner and a producer running all this stuff for you. So I'm not having to do all this myself. But you know what? If this is what it takes to show wrestling promotions that I can handle multitasking, so be it. Kamala is gone, eliminated by Savage. And number 15 was Ravishing Rick Rude. Probably the first heel I ever liked. I just always liked Rick Rude. I thought he was funny. An Earthquake is gone. He was also one of the first action figures I ever had. I think the first two I ever got were Hulk Hogan and Ted DiBiase. But Rude would have been one of the very early ones I got. I know he was part of that first series of Hasbro figures. I don't know if you can see, I've got a bunch of them back here. Greg the Hammer Valentine coming in. Jimmy Garvin was just eliminated. A nice scrap buster there by Simmons. And the Hammer hits the ring, goes right after Simmons. While Rude and Taylor do battle, and Beautiful Bobby looks like he's stalking Savage here. Bouncing him headfirst off the top turnbuckle. Somebody keeps holding up a "Don't mess with the Boss Man" sign. Boss Man has been gone for a very long time. He has sufficiently been messed with. I'm about to find out who drew number 17. That is the Repo Man. Yep, Repo Man ranked number 55 in 1992. These hiccups, man. A shoulder breaker by the Hammer. And now Savage up on top. Oh, Repo Man up and over courtesy of Simmons. And now Simmons with a big Uranagi taking Savage down. And here comes the Dragon. Ricky Steamboat, ranked number 6 on the 1992 PWI 500. Savage and Steamboat, the two men who had one of the greatest matches in wrestling history at Mania 3. And Steamboat immediately eliminates. Oh, and then is dumped out immediately by Terry Taylor. 13 seconds Steamboat lasted because he turned his back on the ring to go after Savage. Brutal, brutal turn of events for Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. One of the odds-on favorites is in and out in 13 seconds. It's Sting! Sting was ranked number 1 in 1992. Of course, that was the year he won the WCW World Heavyweight title for the first time. He goes right after Beautiful Bobby Eaton. Now Simmons and Rude going at it. Valentine and Taylor doing battle. Because Rude and Sting had a great rivalry. Terrence Taylor gone, courtesy of the Hammer, Greg Valentine. Big right hand from Rude. And a jawbreaker from Sting. They're just trading big blows. That's going to bring out Typhoon from the Natural Disasters. Earthquake has already come and gone. Typhoon going after Rude. Typhoon was number 20. He was ranked 71st on the PWI 500 list for 1992. Oh, and Bobby mistimed a charge on Sting. Oh, Simmons in some trouble. Valentine's got him teetering in the corner. Sting looks like he just saved himself. But Simmons cannot. Ron Simmons is gone. And that'll bring in Wild Bill Irwin at number 21 from Global Wrestling Federation. He won the GWF North American Tag Team titles with Black Bart. He was also the GWF Brass Knuckles champion. Going right at it with Typhoon here. Well, Rude and Beautiful Bobby and Valentine and Sting are our three matchups happening right now. And Bobby Eaton is gone, courtesy of the Ravishing One. And now Rude turns his attention back to Sting, renewing that rivalry. And here comes the King, Jerry the King Lawler. Oh boy, man, we talked about bad people in wrestling, especially those involving sexual acts and minors. I'm trying to remember how old was the cat when Lawler met her. Because she sure wasn't 18. And they sure did get married. Just saying. And Sting with a suplex on Lawler. It's okay. You can just leave him twitching there. It's cool. Bob Backlund, the legendary Backlund, coming in. A little surprised 92 was his highest ranked year. Typhoon is gone. Backlund rated number 46 in 92. I would have thought 94 or 95 would have been his top year because he, won the world title in 94. Wild Bill Irwin joins Typhoon on the floor. Oh, Sting might be about to be next. Nope, Lawler goes after Rude instead. Because not only is he a pedophile, he's also a jerk. And an idiot. I'm sorry, he's not a pedophile, he's an ephebophile. And the Mountie in at number 24. Ranked number 41. 92, of course, the year he won the Intercontinental title from a feverish Bret Hart. He's got Sting up on his shoulder. And nope, Sting escapes out the back. Chop block on the Mountie. Fun fact, the Mountie, not allowed to call himself the Mountie in Canada because the Royal Canadian Mounted Police had sued the WWF over the use of the name. So anytime they were in Canada, he just went by the name Jacques Rougeau, which is his actual name. But then everywhere else in the world, he was the Mountie. Oh no, business is picking up. Here comes the Ultimate Warrior. Ranked number 9 in 1992. And he's just stopping and posing, and Lawler punches him in the back of the head. Warrior also raging homophobe. Just another not a good dude. Oh, and the Mountie already gone. 49 seconds is all the Mountie was able to last. 6 men in the ring. Bob Backlund, Rick Rude, Sting, Greg Valentine, Jerry Lawler, and the Ultimate Warrior. I was going to say this might be the best collection of talent we've had in a Rumble yet. And then as soon as I started to say that, in comes the Berserker at number 26. Ranked number 52 on the PWI 500 in 92. Reverse DDT by Backlund. Clubbing blow to the Berserker's back. And we got 5 seconds until we find out who drew number 27. At which point we'll have a full ring and we'll need somebody to get eliminated before we can find out who's number 28. And Brad Armstrong is next. Well, I guess we don't have to wait because that is it for the Hammer. Greg Valentine has been eliminated. And so has... Who was that? Who just went out? Is that Lawler? It is Lawler. Jerry the King Lawler has been eliminated. Brad Armstrong has arrived in the match. Brad Armstrong, another one of those guys that just kept getting saddled with bad gimmick after bad gimmick when he was just a fine, Southern babyface, when he was just himself. But remember Arachnaman? Yep, that was Brad Armstrong. Sting and the Ultimate Warrior going at it. Now there's a dream match. Former tag team partners as the Blade Runners before they split and became single stars in rival promotions. Nikita Koloff is number 28, which means 29 and 30 are Roddy Piper and Nasty Boy Brian Knobbs. We just don't know in what order. Oh, and apparently my mouse is having some problems. Yep, good, okay. And we're back. Check something, and my mouse wasn't doing anything. Big right hand by Sting, and down goes Koloff. And it is Knobbs at 29, which means the Hot Rod is going to be number 30. We have got a ring full currently. And Brad Armstrong is gone, courtesy of the Berserker. Which means we've got a spot for our last entrant. We know that it is Roddy Piper. We have got number 1, Sting. Number 4, Rick Rude. Number 9, Ultimate Warrior. Number 17, Nikita Koloff. Soon we'll have number 45, Roddy Piper. Number 46, Bob Backlund. Number 52, the Berserker. And number 67, Brian Knobbs. So all 8 of the final 8 are 67 or higher. 4 of them are 17 or higher. Here we go. We're 6 seconds away from the Hot Rod. here we go. Warrior going after one of his greatest rivalries, Rick Rude. Big gorilla press slam. Piper goes right after the Warrior. And a backbreaker on Piper. And then runs through him with a clothesline. And Sting tosses the Berserker. Warrior swings and misses on the clothesline on Piper. Big overhand chop by Piper. No, Warrior dodges. Piper is already out. 27 seconds for Hot Rod, Roddy Piper. And we are down to the final 6. 4 of whom are in the top 17. Well, 3 of whom are in the top 17, because that's it for the Ultimate Warrior. Nice 4.5-minute run for the Warrior, picking up that elimination of Piper. So we are down to Sting, Rude, Koloff, Backlund, and Knobs. Nope, take it back. Koloff is gone. We're down to Sting, Rude, Backlund, and Knobs. That is our final 4. Obviously, the odds are not in Brian Knobs' favor, but we have seen some weird stuff in these Rumbles. I don't remember what year it was. Was that 16? When the 2 members of War Machine were the last to win and Hanson won the whole thing? It's possible Knobs could win this, even in there against 3 Hall of Famers, 3 former world champions. Sting going for an atomic drop. I love watching Rick Rude sell an atomic drop. Always a classic. Series of chops on Sting, boot to the midsection. And Backlund's got Rude in the corner. Knobs in trouble. And Knobs is gone. Sting sends him back to the dressing room. It's number 1, Sting. It's number 4, Rude. It's number 46, Backlund. 3 world champions in the ring. Oh, Rude looks like he wants to get rid of Sting here. Nope, Sting firing back. I'm going for a pile driver, perhaps. Indeed, driving Rude down on the top of his head. Now Backlund opening up here on Sting. Sting has 5 eliminations in this Rumble. Kind of a quiet 5, considering, I mean, that's a really impressive stat. Typhoon, Greg Valentine, the Berserker, Nikita Koloff, and Brian Knobs, Sting has eliminated. Backlund does not have any. Rude has 3. Bobby Eaton, Bill Irwin, and Jerry Lawler. So Backlund looking for his first. And he wants it to be Sting, and it might be. He's got him up. He's walking him over to the ropes. And Sting is gone. It is Bob Backlund and ravishing Rick Rude as your final 2 here in 1992. Only one man can advance to the grand finale match coming up here very shortly. Rude in trouble. He's up on the top rope. Backlund rolling him over. And Rude is gone. It is Bob Backlund walking away with the win in 1992.
Here is your winner, Bob Backlund.
Bob Backlund. 8 minutes, 33 seconds, 2 eliminations. Yeah, I would say that's enough to qualify for the grand finale. Guys, we've almost done it. That's 31 Royal Rumbles that we've done this weekend. We've got one more qualifying Rumble to go. Then we'll take a short little break, a very short one. And then we'll come back and we'll do the triple threat qualifying match and the grand finale to decide who wins Rumblin for research. But the real winners, the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. We've managed to raise $150 for them over the weekend. I mean, that's not a ton, but, you know, every little bit helps, right? There's no bad amount to donate to a charity. So thank you to everybody that donated this weekend. At $150, obviously going to a great cause. we're going to go ahead and, you know what, just for the hell of it, I'm going to spin the wheel. We know what it is. It is 2021. All right. And that is that. We are done with the wheel. And let me pull in the 2021 Rumble. Oh, and we got audio. It's a good sign. Odds-on favorites in this one. This man, Bobby Lashley, ranked number 3 in 2021. So Lashley number 3, Drew McIntyre number 4, Kota Ibushi, Will Ospreay, Shingo Takagi, Rich Swann, Darby Allin, Karrion Kross, Orange Cassidy, Laredo Kid, and Evil. 11 wrestlers in the top 30 in 2021, all competing in this match, plus 19 others. The lowest ranked wrestler in the match is A Kid at number 118. It is not a kid. We don't just have a kid in the Rumble. It's A Kid. A-Kid. Also got, guys like Dragon Lee, Lee Moriarty, AJ Gray, Leo Rush. So there's some star power in this. Damian Priest is in this one. Powerhouse Hobbs, Chris Bay. So here we go. We're about to find out who has the grave misfortune of starting this match against Bobby Lashley. And that is Rohit Raju. Yeah, close enough. Hakeem Zayn is his shoot name. He also works under that name sometimes. But his top work in 21 was as Rohit Raju in Impact. Really taking his time to stare down some of those fans at ringside. So Bobby Lashley ranked number 3 in 2021. Raju was ranked number 72. So, yeah, a little bit of an underdog here. We'll see if he can last the full time interval until we find out who drew number 3. But there's a lot of big names out there. And Raju doing that weird start and stop entrance. Saw a couple of guys use that already. I wonder if that's the default entrance. I haven't played around much with entrances. I download a guy, and if it looks right, then I just leave it as is. Oh, it's Lashley and Raju here in the 2021 Royal Rumble. This is the last qualifying Rumble as part of Rumblin for Research. The winner of this match will be going on to the grand finale, which will be coming up shortly. After this match ends, we're going to take, 15 minutes, get up, stretch our legs, grab a drink. That's going to bring out Leo Rush at number 3. I don't mean to yawn in your ear, folks, but it's about, hour 17 of streaming this weekend. Plus, my wife's had some sinus problems the last few days, and so she snored a little bit, a lot, and so I haven't been sleeping super great. And I had to get up early because I also signed up for holiday check-in day at work. Basically, popping in 2 or 3 times just to make sure nothing's on fire while I'm gone. Our UK and Australian teams have it all under control, but I still like to, be sure. And So I got up early so I could do that before this morning's stream started. Dragon Lee just kicking Bobby Lashley's chest. So, yeah, didn't get a ton of sleep and then got up early. Did almost 5 hours of streaming this morning, and then we've been at this one for another, 3.5 plus 9-ish on Saturday. Yeah, I'm just pretty tired. I recently made a change that gave me a lot of free time back. This is my first full week where I don't have as much time commitment. So this week is really going to kind of be the start of me kind of hitting the ground running on trying to build my brand. I mean, I've been doing the YouTube videos for about 4 months now. Thank you to everybody that has subscribed and watched either the live streams or the pre-recorded stuff, the Sporkle Saturdays, my videos for the Southern Wrestling Federation, any of my demo reels. I really appreciate that. Everybody that has watched any of those. Oh, Raju is gone. 2 minutes, 47 seconds for Raju. In at number 7 is Poo-Poo Powerhouse. Powerhouse Hobbs from AEW coming in. Almost no reaction. Nice Falcon Arrow by Lio Rush on Darby Allin. Nice delayed vertical suplex by Bobby Lashley before driving Laredo Kid down. We got Lashley and Hobbs. That's a hoss fight if there ever was one. Oh, Lio Rush trying to get himself involved. Hobbs is like, what are you doing? And in at number 8 is Tyga Style, Lee Moriarty. But anyway, so this week I'm going to really try and spend my free time, one, relaxing, enjoying the fact that I no longer have that evening commitment, so that I can actually get to bed at a reasonable time and be present at work. I've been kind of struggling in that regard because I've had so many demands on my time. But I really want to... Oh, Darby Allin is gone. Lee Moriarty making his presence known early, eliminating probably the greatest TNT champion in AEW history. And here comes the aerial assassin, Will Ospreay, bruv. Ospreay going right after Dragon Lee, and man, that's a match I'd like to see. I'm sure it has happened. I just have never seen it personally. Train of thought. Oh, yeah. So, stay tuned. You'll probably see some announcements in the coming days. See more content for SWF, more Sporkle Saturdays. Obviously, I'm going to keep doing that. But I'm hoping to launch a website pretty soon, and just try and get myself out there more. I'm really trying to get bookings. I've got the Southern Wrestling Federation every Friday night. Not this coming weekend, but the weekend after. I have my first double booking on a weekend. I've got a Friday night show for the SWF, and then a Saturday night show for New Revolution Wrestling. So, stoked about that. Oh, and Lashley eliminating Dragon Lee. That's 2 eliminations here real quick for Lashley. Taking out Raju and now Lee. Chris Bay, by the way, came in at number 10 there. And one of those fun industry connections. Like I said, I've only been working. I've only been getting paid for working in the industry since April. So I have no preconceived notions that I'm going anywhere anytime soon. I hope I do. I hope somehow this gets in front of the right people and I get more bookings. I'm loving the independent stuff I'm doing now. But obviously, of course, the dream is I'd love to, work for AEW or, New Japan or AAA or, Game Changer. There's a ton of great wrestling out there that I'd love to be involved with, where I can make that my career. Who did we just see? That was Lee Moriarty just went out. That's a 3rd elimination here for Bobby. Standing shooting star by Ospreay. Ospreay and Lashley going at it. There's a dream match. Two contrasting styles, but I think Lashley would make a great base for Ospreay. Powerhouse Hobbs just punched Richard Holiday right in the face and does it again. And the 1% of Richard Holiday. Oh, he blocks the third punch. Snapmare driver. 5 seconds left until we find out who drew number 12. And it is Shingo Takagi. Hobbs is gone. Eliminated there by Richard Holiday. Shingo Takagi in at number 12. Nice powerbomb there by Chris Bay. But speaking of connections in the industry, Chris Bay wears gear that a buddy of mine designs. Landon Whitehead from Pro Wrestling Gear is a great gear designer. He's making a gear for my friend Tavon Jordan, who's one of the top rising stars in Middle Tennessee, especially in the SWF. He's going to be fighting Hollywood Flynn Hendricks for the AIWF World Television title next week. So big deal. Tavon on the way up. He's got new gear coming from the guy who makes Chris Bay's gear and the Motor City Machine Guns and Moose. So much of the Impact Wrestling roster has their gear made by Landon Whitehead, and Tavon's getting some made. So I'm super proud of my friend. He's on his way to the big time. Trevor Murdoch is in now. He's got Lashley up. Nope, Lashley slips out the back door and a chop block. Corkscrew shooting star by Ospreay on Rush. Variation on the big ending by Lashley. Was that, no, who was that just went out? Trying to keep up, but there's a lot going on. Oh, it was it Rush? Yeah, it was Leo Rush, and now Bobby Lashley is out, courtesy of Shingo Takagi. Damian Priest has entered the fray. Nice crucifix driver there by Bay on Richard Holiday. On Priest with an elevated flatliner. And sends Bay to the floor. And here comes Karrion Kross at number 15. That's it for Takagi, and that's it for Murdoch. Ospreay flipping and spinning and just flying all over the place. Holiday tried to kick Kross in the face, missed. Oh, butt to the midsection by Kross, and then a big boot, and that's it for Richard Holiday. God, I love that spinning kick from Ospreay. And here comes big Bronson Reed, who is ranked number 73. Of course, like right after the PWI 500 was released in 2021, so was he. Went back to being Jonah on the independent circuit before getting re-signed by WWE. So it's Bronson Reed and Will Ospreay. It's Damian Priest and Karrion Kross. 3 WWE guys plus New Japan. Ospreay to the top. Imploding 450. That's going to bring in Chris Dickinson. Dirty Daddy Chris Dickinson. Oh, eats a big right hand from Damian Priest. Priest can try and eliminate him. Got him up. He's holding on. He's holding on. And Dickinson manages to avoid elimination. Hanging in there. Oh, Ospreay with a big forearm to the back of Kross's head. And in at number 18 is Taurus. The Black Bull making his way to the ring. He's an absolute monster of a man. Immediately goes after Bronson Reed. That's a fight I didn't know I wanted. Dickinson with a snap power slam on Taurus. Ospreay and Reed going at it, as are Karrion Kross and Damian Priest. Priest has Kross up in the corner, and we are about to have number 19 enter, and it is AJ Gray from Game Changer Wrestling. That's it for Karrion Kross. Kross lasted about 2.5 minutes, got an elimination out of the deal, taking out Richard Holiday, but he was just eliminated by Damian Priest. That's 6 men in the ring currently. Standing shooting star by Ospreay. Series of kicks. Dickinson's in some trouble. And the young goat, Myron Reed, has drawn number 20 from Major League Wrestling. He's a free agent now, but at the time he was the openweight champion in MLW. But he walks right into South of Heaven from Damian Priest. Again, Taurus and Reed go right back at it. I'm about to find out who drew number 21. Oh, and it is the Golden Dream, Kota Ibushi. The Golden Star. Ibushi going right after Chris Dickinson. And, hey, I just forgot what to do then. Oh, Priest looking for a crucifix powerbomb on AJ Gray. God, just driving him down. Taurus in trouble. Eats a shoulder to the midsection from Ospreay. And that is it for Taurus. We've still got 9 wrestlers yet to make their entrance. Ospreay to the top, another imploding 450 on Bronson Reed. A jumping blockbuster from Dickinson. God, that spinning kick by Ospreay is a killer. And AJ Gray is gone. Chris Dickinson took him out. Now Dickinson with an Uranagi on Bronson Reed. And an Enziguri. All right. We're going to find out who drew number 22 here shortly. 5 seconds away. And it is Rich Swann. One of the most entertaining wrestlers in the world. Swann was ranked number 10 on the 2021 PWI 500. Swann goes right after Damian Priest. Priest gets out of the waist lock, and now... Oh, just jaded, essentially. He doesn't do the sit-out, but... Ospreay is gone. Reed is gone. 5 men in the ring now. We're going to find out who drew number 23 here in 2 seconds. And it is freshly squeezed Orange Cassidy. Entering at number 23. Cassidy ranked number 21 on the 2021 PWF 500. Oh, Rich Swann's already gone. 42 seconds, the official time for Rich Swann. Cassidy going right after Damian Priest. That seems like a bad idea. Myron Reed and Kota Ibushi. There's a match I'd love to see. And then Chris Dickinson kind of picking his spots. Now he's going after Ibushi. Signaling for a crucifix powerbomb of his own. He's got him up. Razor's Edge by Dickinson. And that is going to bring in Pagano. Pagano, a very dangerous deathmatch wrestler. Damian Priest hanging on for dear life. Dirty Daddy Chris Dickinson cannot bring himself to eliminate Priest for some reason. Meanwhile, Cassidy's got Ibushi up. Kota Ibushi in trouble. Man, just to hang on. But Cassidy staying right on top of him. Foot in the midsection. 6 more wrestlers still to enter this match. And here comes the first A-Kid. Ranked number 118 in 2021. Now working under the name Axiom and wearing a mask. Myron Reed is gone. Damian Priest is gone. 2 very quick eliminations. So there are 5 wrestlers in the ring, 5 more still to come. We still have not yet seen Drew McIntyre, Evil, Shun Skywalker, Filthy Tom Lawler, or Hot Sauce Tracy Williams. Plus there's the 5 men currently in the ring: Pagano, A-Kid, Kota Ibushi, Chris Dickinson, and Orange Cassidy. Filthy Tom is number 26. He was ranked number 59 in 2021. MMA star turned pro wrestler. One of the top names of New Japan Pro Wrestling Strong. Oh, shot to the midsection of Ibushi. And knees, kicks, spinning back elbow kicks, and a big knee to the face. Meanwhile, A-Kid taking it to Chris Dickinson, while Orange Cassidy, I think, may have just busted Pagano open. And here comes Drew McIntyre, the Pro Wrestling Highlander. Drew McIntyre ranked number 4 in 2021. McIntyre unfortunately had the best year of his career. Oh, Tom Lawler takes out Pagano. Had the best year of his career in front of no fans, did Drew McIntyre. He won the Royal Rumble in front of a raucous crowd. By the time WrestleMania rolled around, they were in the Thunderdome. Orange Cassidy went for the Orange Punch on A-Kid, but missed it. It's going to bring out Shun Skywalker from Dragon Gate. He's the 28th entrant, which means 29 and 30 will be Evil and Tracy Williams. We just don't know in what order. Ibushi with just twisting moonsaults on McIntyre. A-Kid showing off some high flying on Cassidy. And an inverted power slam by Ibushi on McIntyre. 3 seconds from finding out who's got 29, and by extension, who's got 30. Evil is 29, which means Hot Sauce Tracy Williams drew number 30. Oh, Dickinson in trouble now, and Dickinson is gone. Orange Cassidy has eliminated Chris Dickinson. 8 minutes in the ring for Dickinson. Solid performance, 3 eliminations. Will Ospreay, didn't mention earlier, 10 minutes, 36 seconds. So far, the longest performance by anybody in this match. And A-Kid is gone. Kota Ibushi has eliminated A-Kid. And we've got 6 wrestlers in the ring. And then we're still awaiting the arrival of Hot Sauce Tracy Williams. Meanwhile, McIntyre going to try and get Tom Lawler out. No! Snake eyesing him off the top turnbuckle. And it is going to be Hot Sauce Tracy Williams in at number 30. Surprise, surprise. So our final 7. Number 4, Drew McIntyre. Number 5, Kota Ibushi. Number 21, Orange Cassidy. Tom Lawler's gone. Number 29, Evil. Number 58, Shun Skywalker. And number 90, Tracy Williams. Those are your final 6. Let's see. I believe... Yeah, McIntyre's got an elimination. He took out Lawler just now. Ibushi eliminated A-Kid. Cassidy eliminated Dickinson. Those are the only 3 with eliminations. Nothing for Williams, Skywalker, or Evil. But Evil just eliminated McIntyre. And we're down to 5. It's Evil, Kota Ibushi, Shun Skywalker, Tracy Williams, and Orange Cassidy. No, Evil with another elimination, taking out Tracy Williams. That's 2 very quick eliminations for Evil. He's in there with Ibushi, Skywalker, and Orange Cassidy. Big splash on Ibushi by Evil. Now Orange Cassidy sending Shun Skywalker into the corner. Evil follows him in. Evil looking for his third straight elimination. Skywalker trying to fight out of it. And he does. Imagine getting a nice punch on Evil. That's Evil and Skywalker. It's Ibushi and Cassidy. Nice Pele kick by Ibushi. And that's it for Shun Skywalker. 3 eliminations in a row for Evil. Oh, looked like Ibushi was getting ready to eliminate Evil, though. And Evil fighting back. The leader of the House of Torture. He's going to eliminate... Yes, he's going to eliminate Ibushi. 4 eliminations in a row for Evil. It is Evil against Orange Cassidy. Disaster kick by freshly squeezed Orange Cassidy. Cassidy came in at number 23. Evil was in at number 29. So Cassidy's been in there 3 minutes and 41 seconds longer than Evil. That is a series of kicks right across the nose. Winner of this will advance to the grand finale, our main event tonight. Oshigoroshi. Nicely done variation on the go to sleep by Orange Cassidy. And a super kick. Orange Cassidy is your winner. Orange Cassidy has won the 2021 Royal Rumble. Huge win for Orange Cassidy. And he moves on to the grand finale match coming up here in just a little bit. All right, folks. We're going to go ahead and take about 15 minutes, leg stretch, water refill, bathroom, all that kind of good stuff. When we come back, I've got a special by the numbers video, and then that'll kind of take us into the triple threat, and then we'll have the grand finale match as we bring Rumblin for Research to a conclusion here. Thank you so much for spending your Labor Day evening with me. I'll be right back in about 15 minutes.
Over the court.
of this holiday weekend, Rumblin for Research has helped raise funds for the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. A massive thank you to everyone who has donated, but in addition to the money raised, it wouldn't be a Royal Rumble themed stream without acknowledging that it truly is all about the numbers. 32, the total number of Royal Rumbles held as part of Rumblin for Research, featuring 960 unique wrestlers. 10. During his incredible run through the 2022 Rumble, Bandito eliminated an incredible 10 wrestlers, a full third of the field. None of the 959 other competitors across the 32 Rumbles had more than 7 in a single match. 27 minutes, 19 seconds. The amount of time Bandito spent in the 2022 Rumble, starting the match as the second entrant and lasting almost until the end of the match, being eliminated 28th. 8 seconds. The shortest time in any Rumble match, shared by Steve Williams in 1991, Paul Roma in 1994, and Primo in 2012. In fact, you could take those three, as well as the next 72 shortest times for a total of 75, and Bandito's time in 2022 would still be longer. 5. The number of odds-on favorites that wound up winning their respective Rumbles. 17 seconds. The number of seconds Edge lasted in the 2007 Rumble, the shortest by any top seed. 167. The lowest PWI 500 ranking of any winner, held by 2008's Chicana. 16 minutes, 20 seconds. The amount of time number 132 Antifaz del Norte spent in the 1999 Rumble, the longest time by a match's lowest ranked wrestler. 7. The number of winners to come from the coveted number 30, the most of any number. 5. The number of times the last two wrestlers to enter the match were the final two competitors. 3. The number of wrestlers who eliminated themselves by inexplicably rolling out of the ring without being touched and glitching the game. 3. Also the number of Rumble winners who will be competing in a match to determine who will get to join the 29 wrestlers who've already qualified for the grand finale Rumble. And that triple threat match begins now.
All right, here we go. Hyped. I made the video and I'm still hyped. All right, here are the three kind of least impressive winners. So Eric Stevens won the 2009 Rumble. He entered 30th, so he only had to last 4 minutes, 16 seconds. Only had 2 eliminations, and he was ranked number 127. Just, you know, on so many levels, shouldn't have won the 2009 Rumble. So here he is in this 3-way, trying to qualify for the 30th spot in the grand finale match. In fact, all 3 guys in this match entered at number 30. That was really the big thing. I took into account ranking, I took into account number of eliminations, and time in the match. So even if you did well in one of them, if you were bad in the other 2, then there you were at the bottom of the barrel.
From Charlotte, North Carolina, weighing in at 208 pounds, Richie Stevens.
Richie Steamboat, the 2012 winner, won that match despite only lasting 3 minutes 53 seconds, which is the second shortest time in the Rumble for any winner. Only Ryback spent less time in his Rumble. But Ryback also ranked higher and had more eliminations. Steamboat only had the 1 elimination to win the match. So here he is. And the third and final wrestler hoping to qualify is the 1999 winner,
Vegas, Nevada, weighing in at 282 pounds.
That is absolutely not accurate. Man, people really don't pay attention to the size of their CAWs, do they? Val Venus never weighed 282 pounds. But Val had was the highest ranked winner among the three in this match. But he also entered 30th and only had one elimination. Only lasted 3 minutes 54 seconds, 1 second longer than Richie Steamboat, which is why he is here in the qualifying match for the grand finale. Of course, that means that we know that the ones who did qualify, actually Venus and Masayuki Kono tied, but Kono had more eliminations and lasted longer. So in 2 out of the 3 categories, Kono was better. Hence why Val is the one in the qualifier. But yeah, I mean, Batista, Vader, Goldberg, Kofi Kingston, Chicano, Terry Funk, Roadkill, Cibernetico, Big Vito, Billy Jack Haynes, Ted DiBiase Jr., Matt Hardy, Akebono, Orange Cassidy, Mascarita Sagrada, Xavier Woods, Samu, John Moxley, Hanson, Goldust, Bob Backlund, Ron Waterman, Jinder Mahal, H.G. Ryback, Go Shiozaki, Braxton Sutter, Headbanger Thrasher, and Masayuki Kono. This is a single fall. First person to get a pin is going to qualify for the grand finale match against those 29 wrestlers I just listed. So Venus sent off the ropes. Baseball slide between the legs by Steamboat. And a nice little Rana there. Now, in hindsight, what I should have done was had it be all of the wrestlers that I had to create because they were all trash. But that would have been Stevens, Kono, and Ron Waterman. But, nah. Waterman had a pretty good run. 4 eliminations, 6.5 minutes. That's a pretty solid showing. Val with the elbow drop across the sternum of Richie Steamboat, while Eric Stevens just chilling on the floor. I don't know what Val thinks he's doing. Driving a knee into the elbow of Richie Steamboat. And Stevens coming in like a house of fire. Bouncing Venus off the ropes. Forearms to the spine. And down goes Val. Again, Venus won in 1999, Richie Steamboat won in 2012, and Eric Stevens in 2009. You can see those years in their name bars at the bottom of the screen. And double side Russian leg sweep by Val Venus and Richie Steamboat on Eric Stevens. Kick to the spine. And Val is up and over the top and to the floor. Standing shooting star by Steamboat on Stevens. That is a good time with Venus on the floor. It's a good time to capitalize. 1, 2. Oh, but Stevens able to kick out. I wonder if Steamboat had reacted quicker and pinned him half a second sooner, if he might have gotten the win there. Big forearm right across the jaw. He's going to catch his breath here. What is he doing? Jumping blockbuster by Richie Steamboat. Hooks the leg. 1, 2. Oh, and Stevens kicks out again. Richie Steamboat for the second time in less than... Oh, Val's busted open. I didn't see when that happened. But he is bleeding right above his right eye. Breaks up the pin there. And Steamboat's going to take him for a little walk. Shoots him off the ropes. No, Val reverses. Oh, nice acrobatics there by Steamboat. And then a shotgun drop kick to the midsection. Kips to his feet. Boot to the midsection. Up. And Code Red. A big kick to the side of the head. Boot to the midsection by Stevens. Double leg. Eric Stevens looking for a sharpshooter. Nope. Possibly an STO. No, turned it into a modified version of the curb stomp, driving Richie Steamboat's face into the canvas, and Val Venus breaks it up before even a 1 count. European uppercut by Stevens, and another, and a standing drop kick. And he's dragging Steamboat away from the corner. Val has not been much of a factor in this match. Stevens and Steamboat have been doing pretty much all the heavy lifting. Venus has spent a lot of this match on the floor. I don't know what Stevens is planning here, but he's just kind of dragging Steamboat around. Oh, he's going for it again here. No, now it is an actual sharpshooter, but it's broken up by Venus. And a big shoulder block takes Eric Stevens down. And now Val looking for, not sure what he's going for here. Oh, it's sort of an inverted, it was like almost a Nagata lock 2. Hooks the leg. 1, 2. And Stevens kicks out. That was close. But Eric Stevens, Val going to the top rope looking for the money shot. Oh, but Stevens gets his knees up. Steamboat hits the ring. It takes a big European uppercut from Stevens. Val recovered well there. I thought he was going to be down longer after taking Stevens' knees during the money shot. Oh, Venus and... I don't know what we're doing here, but Steamboat just sending Venus and Stevens into each other repeatedly in the corner. Now, he's working over Venus, possibly trying to open up that wound over his eye even farther. Val is a bloody mess. Steamboat now up to the top. And a high cross body block. Shades of his father. 1, 2. And that does it. Richie Steamboat is moving on to the grand finale match. Big win for Steamboat, but now he's got to head to the back and get ready. He's got one more match to go tonight. We are about to find out. I thought I heard something. I mean, I did hear something, but I thought I heard something specific. All right, and here we go. Finale. Here we go. So our favorites here in the grand finale: Jon Moxley, Batista, Big Van Vader, Goldberg, Kofi Kingston, Goldust, Ryback, Jinder Mahal, Matt Hardy, Orange Cassidy, Terry Funk, and Cibernetico. But there's a lot of other top guys in this match.
Introducing the participants. First, from Japan, weighing in at 248 pounds,
Go Shiozaki drew number 1 here for the Grand Finale Rumble. He won the 2015 Rumble. He had 2 eliminations in that Rumble after entering number 29, lasting 4 minutes and 33 seconds. And he was ranked number 31 back in 2015. Number 2. Well, we know that's one of 2 people. It's either Kofi Kingston or Xavier Woods. And it is Xavier Woods, who won the 2022 Rumble. He was ranked number 37 in 2022.
Introducing the individual who drew number 2 from Atlanta, Georgia, weighing in at 205 pounds, the Superstar.
Woods had 3 eliminations in 7 minutes 52 seconds after entering at number 29. So it's going to be Shiozaki and Woods starting us off here. It's so loud in here you can't even hear Francesca. Woods is going to have to, Shiozaki or Woods is going to have to go wire to wire now to win the grand finale match. But here we go. Go Shiozaki. Xavier Woods. Only one can survive. Oh, Woods slingshot DDT immediately. I guess it was more of a springboard. And now he's going right up to the top. Woods bringing out the big guns early. Massive splash off the top rope. And now pulling Shiozaki to his feet. Shiozaki ducks the big chop. Right hand from Woods. Go behind. Belly to back suplex. And then he's going to bring out H2O, Ron Waterman, the winner of the 2002 Rumble. He lasted 6 minutes, 27 seconds, eliminating 4 men after entering number 28 in the 2002 Rumble. Woods with the half Hulk Hogan, half Sprinkler. Butterfly suplex by Waterman. Again, remember, Waterman taught Kurt Angle everything he knows, according to Waterman. And here comes number 2003, number 4, the winner of the 2003 Rumble, the man who can slap a tornado or dry up the sea, Matt Hardy, entered number 29 in 2003, lasted 5 minutes, 53 seconds with 4 eliminations. Oh, and hanging Shiozaki out to dry. Waterman has got Woods in trouble. Shoots him off the far ropes. Oh, look, he was going for a clothesline, but Woods got hung up running into Hardy there. And entry number 5 is Jon Moxley. He was ranked number 1 in 2020. He won the 2020 Rumble, entering at number 30. But that match went on for a while after he entered. 7 minutes, 21 seconds after entering that match finally ended. It was one of the longest. Actually, that might have been the longest finale for a match in the entire run. I don't think I have that number anywhere as to what the actual longest was. But Moxley now... Oh, Woods slips out the back door going for a German suplex. And that's going to bring in a 2001 winner, Roadkill. Roadkill was ranked number 136 in 2001. He lasted 17 minutes, 17 seconds, and had 6 eliminations. Really impressive run by the Angry Amish Chicken Plucker. And Roadkill going right after Xavier Woods here. Go Shiozaki, Xavier Woods, Ron Waterman, Matt Hardy, Jon Moxley, and Roadkill filling up the ring here. And it's about time we find out who drew number 7. Ron Waterman's gone. But here comes maybe the man who had the most dominant run through his Rumble. Matt Hardy is gone. Taken out by Jon Moxley. Vader, the winner of the 1993 Rumble. He was ranked 2nd. 7 eliminations in 12 minutes and 36 seconds after entering at number 22. So Vader more than capable of going on a run like that again in this Rumble, but entering at number 7, that is a steep hill to climb. Big power bomb there on Shiozaki. Comes 2000's winner, Big Vito. Big Vito was ranked number 91 in 2000. Managed to last 10 minutes and 3 seconds after entering at number 27, getting 5 eliminations. Oh, Shiozaki hung out to dry. Shiozaki is bloodied. Nice jumping punch there by Woods. Big knee lift by Shiozaki. And number 9 is the main man, Cibernetico, the winner of the 2007 Rumble. Cibernetico was ranked number 26 back in 2007. And Vito is gone. Cibernetico lasted 9 minutes, 56 seconds. Got 3 and basically a half eliminations in that Rumble. Before riding away on a motorcycle in the coolest ending of any Rumble thus far. And he's going right after Roadkill. Oh yeah, Vito was eliminated by Cibernetico. He only lasted 43 seconds, so thanks for coming, Vito. We now have Masayuki Kono has entered. He was on the bubble, managed to avoid having to qualify, but he's in here at number 10. He was ranked number 142 back in 2011. He entered 26th in that Rumble, lasted 6 minutes, 13 seconds, had 3 eliminations. And here comes Chicano. Maybe the best underdog story in the entire Rumble-thon, whatever you want to call this. Chicano ranked 167, the lowest rank of any winner. But he lasted 22 minutes and 17 seconds and had 7 eliminations after entering number 8, which was the earliest by far of any entrant that wound up winning their respective Rumble. Vader with a huge moonsault. Xavier Woods is gone. So's John Moxley. Oh, Kono with a big forearm on Chicano. Shot to the midsection by Chicano. Vader in trouble. He's not in that much trouble. He just casually re-enters the ring. Shizaki's going to try and do it again. And Vader again is like, no, that's not how this works. Let me just punch you in the face. It's not going to work for me, kid. And then just crushing his spine. Vader again to the top. Went for a big splash. Came up short. Probably should have gone to the other corner. And Roadkill just hurling Cibernetico to the mat. Vader with those big punches to Shiozaki. Shiozaki's been in since the beginning. In comes Batista. If Vader didn't have the most impressive run, Batista did. Batista, the 2005 winner. Ranked number 1 in 2005. Entered 21st. Lasted 13 minutes, 29 seconds, and had 6 eliminations. Roadkill now the sidewalk slam on Batista. There we go. Billy Jack Haynes is in now at number 13. Here's the winner of the 1995 Rumble. 12 minutes and 37 seconds. 3 eliminations after entering at number 18. And Shiozaki looks like his time is up. A nice run, having entered at number 1, lasting until number 13 came out. 8 minutes and 1 second. And then Vader puts him down. And immediately after that, Masayuki Kono is out. And we got 6 men in the ring currently. Still 17 more to go here in the grand finale Rumble. This is the last match of Rumblin for Research. We are collecting funds for the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. There's a QR code you can scan in the upper right corner. There's also a link in the description of the video down below. So, pick your favorite, however you want to do it. We've raised $150 this weekend, which, I'll be honest, I wasn't sure anybody was going to donate. So, very grateful to those that have. $150, that's nothing to sneeze at. Thrasher has entered the ring. He won the 1997 Rumble. He entered 29th, lasted 8 minutes, 48 seconds with an elimination and a half. And then a big kick there on Chicano. And now just kind of doing a weird dance. And Vader's just beating the crap out of him. Nice. Uranagi by Thrasher on Vader. And in comes number 15, Gold Dust, meaning we have now seen half the field. The 1996 winner, Gold Dust. lasted 7 minutes and 25 seconds, getting an elimination, entering last in the 96 Rumble. But he was also ranked number 11 in 1996. And a running bulldog, the Rhodes family bulldog on Batista there. Meanwhile, DDT by Billy Jack Haynes. Just chaos all over the ring. Cibernetico and Thrasher. Goldust and Vader. Sorry, Goldust and Batista. Vader and Chicano. Billy Jack Haynes and Roadkill. And that's it for Roadkill. Roadkill, nice run. 7 minutes, 44 seconds before being tossed out by Billy Jack Haynes. And what about the power of Billy Jack Haynes? Oh, Chicano is gone. But Billy Jack Haynes press slamming Amish Roadkill. And Roadkill's a 350-plus pound dude. 6 men in the ring. We've still got 15 more to go, including the likes of Goldberg, Kofi Kingston, Jinder Mahal, Ryback, Terry Funk, Orange Cassidy. Eight seconds until we find out who drew number 16, and the second half of the match officially kicks off. Billy Jack Haynes eliminates Goldust. Terry Funk, the 1991 winner, entered at number 26. Lasted 7 minutes and 10 seconds, had 6.5 eliminations. He makes a beeline right for Thrasher. A chop block by Thrasher, of course, with a reminder. Real men wear skirts, as the back of his t-shirt reads. Twisting Tornado DDT takes Funk down. 5 seconds until number 17 arrives. Oh, Vader in trouble. Oh, Cibernetico mistimed his charge. Number 17 is HG from 2006. He was ranked number 129 in 2006, entered 23rd in his Rumble, lasted 15 minutes, 35 seconds, but only had one elimination. All right, X Factor, face smasher there on Billy Jack Haynes. Raining down punches. Funk and Batista, Thrasher and Cibernetico, HG and Billy Jack Haynes. Oh, and Vader. Vader's going to powerbomb Billy Jack Haynes to the floor. And that's Jinder Mahal now in at number 18. He was ranked number 14 back in 2018. It's a lot of teens. He was the last man to enter, lasted 4 minutes and 6 seconds, gaining 2 eliminations in his win. Thrasher trying to get Terry Funk out of here. Vader pummeling Jinder Mahal here. An exploder suplex right into the waiting boots of HG. Vader, that right hand is just lethal. And a DDT by Funk on HG. And a Hangman's Neck breaker by the late, great Terry Funk. And now a side headlock, just a little noogie punch to the top of Thrasher's head. And number 19 is Bob Backlund, who won the 1992 Rumble. He was ranked number 46 in 92. He entered that match 23rd, lasted 8 minutes, 33 seconds with 2 eliminations. And Jinder is in trouble. Jinder is gone. And so was Batista. Batista and Jinder both gone. So's HG. They're dropping like flies now. Vader trying to get Backlund out. Funk trying to do the same to Cibernetico. Thrasher laying on the mat, twitching. That can't be good. Funk has Cibernetico in trouble. Thrasher clearly didn't get the memo from AEW about faking seizures. He just takes a power bomb. You may not have to fake them anymore. Cibernetico fights his way back into the ring. And it is about time for number 20. Oh, and that's it for the main man, Cibernetico. Cibernetico lasted a little over 10 minutes, had 4 eliminations in this match. before Mascarita Sagrada now making his entrance. The 20th entrant, the winner of the 2004 Rumble, and he immediately runs into Vader. The smallest winner against the largest. Poor Mascarita Sagrada just got crushed by Vader. Mascarita Sagrada, as I mentioned, won the 2004 Rumble. He was ranked 130th. He came in 27th. Lasted 12 minutes, 42 seconds. Got 3 eliminations. But I think his time in this match is going to be very short, as he seems to have run afoul of the man they call Vader. Number 16 is Hanson from War Machine, the winner of the 2016 Rumble. He lasted 6 minutes, 27 seconds, amassing 5 eliminations after having been ranked number 108 that year. Last eliminating his own tag team partner, Raymond Rowe. And Thrasher is gone. And we're about to find out who drew 22, and it is Akebono, the winner of the 2014 Rumble. Ranked number 41 in 2014. He entered 23rd, lasted 9 minutes, 32 seconds, and had 3 eliminations. So earlier I said Vader was the largest competitor in the match. Akebono might be bigger than Vader. They're kind of 1 and 1A. Backlund trying to eliminate Vader, and he does! Vader is out. 13 minutes, 15 seconds. 2 eliminations for Vader. And that is going to bring in number 23, Kofi Kingston from 2019, the number 4 ranked wrestler in 2019. He entered 17th, lasted 14 minutes, 53 seconds, and had 4 eliminations to win. Hanson is gone, courtesy of Mascarita Sagrada, the giant killer, with a super kick that hits Akebono in the belly because he's so short. 5 seconds until we find out who drew number 24. We are in the home stretch here of the grand finale of Rumblin' for Research. And here comes Ted DiBiase Jr. And I'm just going to kind of refuse to acknowledge his existence here. Terry Funk is eliminated by Mascarita. And you know what? Okay, I got to read his stats. I've done it for everybody else. Ted DiBiase Jr. won in 2010, entered 26, 5 eliminations, 6 minutes, 58 seconds. Okay, now I'm never going to mention him again, except that he just eliminated Mascarita Sagrada Jr., because of course he did. And we're 5 seconds away from finding out who drew number 25. And it is freshly squeezed Orange Cassidy, the winner of the last match in the qualifying Rumbles. The 2021 Rumble, which he was ranked 21 in 2021. He entered that Rumble 23rd, got 2 eliminations in 7 minutes and 53 seconds on his way to a victory. Discus elbow right on the jaw of Bob Backlund, and he who shall not be named, trying to eliminate Kofi Kingston, but he's too stupid to do it. Oh no. And Richie Steamboat coming in, the qualifier. He won the 2012 Rumble, then had to win a 3-way qualifying match to get here, but he has earned this spot after 3 minutes 53 seconds in the 2012 Rumble. Akebono is out, courtesy of Richie Steamboat. 4 men left to enter. Goldberg, Ryback, Samu, and Braxton Sutter. And speaking of Samu, here he comes. The winner of the 94 Rumble. He was ranked 67th in 94. Entered 24th in that Rumble. Lasted 10 minutes, 45 seconds with 2 eliminations. He goes right after He Who Must Not Be Named. Let's get rid of him. Just throw him out, Samu. Do it. Do it. We're all begging you. Please. Please do it. You can replace Killian Dane as my favorite wrestler. Just do it. Do the thing, Samu. We all want you to do it. Now, punt kick to the head. And number 28 is Goldberg. Oh, that is a dangerous spot for Goldberg to be entering from. He was ranked number 2 in 1998. He won the 98 Rumble, entering 21, lasting 10 minutes, 19 seconds, with 6 eliminations. And he starts off by just hurling Orange Cassidy across the ring. DDT by Kofi on Richie Steamboat. Almost got a ring full here. We know the final two are Ryback and Braxton Sutter, which means Sutter has drawn number 30. Oh, blindsided by Samu is Kofi Kingston. Did Sutter get number 30 both? No, he was number 29 the first time. But yeah, Ryback now, the winner of the 2013 Rumble, ranked number 13 in 2013, lasted 3 minutes, 13 seconds with 2 eliminations. Once one person is eliminated, we will see Braxton Sutter, the last entrant in the grand finale match here at Rumblin for Research. If you wanted to donate to the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation, you're running out of time as part of this telethon. Again, QR code in the upper right corner. We've got a link in the description of the video. Of course, you can donate anytime. It obviously doesn't have to be part of this event. I'm just, doing this to raise some awareness and have some fun. Follow a slam by Ryback on Goldberg. And now choking him with his boot. Cassidy in some trouble. Oh, Kofi mistimed his attempt at eliminating him. And does it... Well, no, Orange was on his way back in the ring. So Kofi, even though he made contact, not enough. Orange Cassidy was already on his way back in. Samu with a nice leg trip. Oh, Goldberg beating the crap out of Ryback there. Orange Cassidy doing the same to Kofi. Bob Backlund doing the same to Ted DiBiase Jr. Samu is gone. 2 minutes, 49 seconds in this one for Samu. That's the second elimination for Steamboat, I believe. Gosh, excuse me. Almost there. Almost survived. I just need to stay awake a little while longer. 18 hours of streams over the course of this weekend. Kofi with a low drop kick on what's-his-face. Trouble in Paradise! And we're 10 seconds away from Braxton Sutter making this one official. The last man to enter the grand finale match of Rumblin for Research. And it is Braxton Sutter, of course, a.k.a. The Blade, a.k.a. Pepper Parks. Braxton Sutter, the winner of the 2017 Rumble, entered 29th, lasted 9 minutes, 57 seconds, had 2 eliminations. So the final 8 are 1998's Goldberg, 2019's Kofi Kingston, 2013's Ryback, 2021's Orange Cassidy, 2010's Ted DiBiase Jr., 1992's Bob Backlund, 2012's Richie Steamboat, and now 2017's Braxton Sutter. These are the final 8. One of these 8 men will win the finale, and it's not going to be Kofi. A little shy of 6 minutes in the match for Kofi. Oh, Orange Cassidy on the other side of the ring. Goldberg tossed him. So far in this one, Cibernetico had the most eliminations with 4. And Vader has spent the most time in the match. But, I mean, Backlund's been in there since number 19. He's pretty much the only one that's got much of a chance of catching Vader for the Iron Man award in this Rumble. Richie Steamboat sent out by Goldberg. That's 2 in a row for Goldberg. Starting to get some momentum. Down to our final 5. It's Goldberg, Ryback, Ted DiBiase Jr., Bob Backlund, and Braxton Sutter. DiBiase now trying to get Ryback out. Ryback's in trouble. Sutter coming over to help. It's a double team, and that's it for the big guy. And now Backlund trying to do the same to Goldberg. And does! Goldberg is out. Your final three are Ted DiBiase Jr., Bob Backlund, and Braxton Sutter. This is the final three. 1992, 2010, and 2017. DiBiase in trouble. Good. Dump him out, Bob. Do it. Do it. Yes! Bob Backlund is now my favorite wrestler of all time. That is his third elimination. He actually was the one that eliminated Vader earlier, and now taking out Goldberg and Ted DiBiase Jr. back to back here. All he has to do is dump Braxton Sutter to the floor, and he will win this one as well. Backlund entered at number 19, Sutter in at number 30, by far the fresher man. Big elbow off the middle turnbuckle. Bob Backlund and the Blade Braxton Sutter are your final two. Back elbow by Backlund. I thought he was going for the crossface chicken wing. Instead, a gut buster by Backlund. Come on, Bob, you got this. Nothing against you, Braxton. I think you're good too. But Backlund is my new favorite wrestler after eliminating Ted DiBiase Jr. And nice move there by Backlund. Working over both the wrist and the shoulder. Very unorthodox offense. Oh, Sutter slips out of the side suplex with a cross body. Great counter by Sutter. And sending Backlund into the corner. Precarious position for Bob, but he manages to get an elbow off. Swings wildly with a punch. There was nobody there. I think he may have got his bell rung when he hit that turnbuckle. Oh, and that German suplex definitely not going to help with that. Sutter now pulling Backlund to his feet. Huge knife edge chop. Boot to the midsection and a DDT. And the assault on the skull of Bob Backlund continues here by Braxton Sutter. Oh, here we go. That upper left corner. I didn't really count, but it seems like this was kind of like the hot spot for eliminations. And that is it. Backlund is out. Braxton Sutter from 2017 is the winner of the grand finale match. Backlund did wind up lasting 8 seconds longer than Vader. He does get the Iron Man award, but it is Braxton Sutter entering last, lasting 4 minutes and 10 seconds, eliminating Bob Backlund to win the entire series. Folks, I don't have the official numbers in front of me, but it has been many, many hours over the course of this holiday weekend. So thank you to everybody that joined over the course of the last couple of days. Sint Weasel JW, thank you so much for keeping me company tonight. Also thanks to Harry and to Zach and Dylan and that anonymous donor from last night. Even Burrito Man popping in asking, what is this? During the earlier on in this stream. Thank you, Sint Weasel. That was a lot of work, but I really do appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. I mean, this is, I got to do what I like doing, which is calling wrestling, and I got to do it for a good cause, which is, not something that presents itself as an opportunity very often. So the fact that I was able to make this work over the course of this weekend has just been a blast. I am tired as hell, though. It's 9:30 here, which feels early to be sleepy, but again, 18 hours of streaming over the course of a couple of days. This stream just hit the 5-hour mark. This is definitely the longest of the 4. But thank you to everybody who joined me. Thank you to everybody who donated. Again, you don't have to donate as part of this campaign, but the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation, St. Jude's, there are so many great organizations doing this kind of work. Find even if you've got a local hospital that does. I know Vanderbilt in Nashville has a great pediatric cancer ward. They're all over the place. Find the one near you. Do what you can to help. It's something that no family should have to go through, but it is unfortunately all too common. So the more we can do to help fund a cure, the better the world will be. So again, thank you all so much for joining. Those of you that are watching on the replay on my YouTube channel, hey, thanks for watching however much of it you did. You probably didn't make it this far unless you are a completionist. I'll be back on my regular schedule this week. A new Sporkle Saturday coming out this Saturday. Let me double check, because off the top of my head, I don't remember what the topic was. I recorded it. I just don't remember what it was. Last week was the John Cena one. Oh, yeah. Everybody that's ever competed in a Money in the Bank match. That's this Saturday's Sporkle Saturday quiz. I didn't do as badly on it as I have on others, but it's not one of my finest hours. But it's still pretty fun. Hope you'll join me for that. I actually only got 2 more episodes in the can that I pre-recorded months ago, back when I didn't know what my schedule was looking like. Now that I'm starting to have more free time, I'm going to try and not bulk record as many of these so that they are closer to timely. Because I'd love to talk some, maybe not current events, but, you know, ballpark current events on those not streams, but those videos as well. Again, thanks so much for watching. This has been a blast. I'm going to go to bed. You guys have a great rest of however much time you got left on your Monday, or if it's Tuesday morning, hope your Tuesday was great.